What's up, Darren 1320? Getting this party started. It's gonna be a fun day. I gotta clear some things up. Apparently there's some things that were miscommunicated yesterday during the live stream. You got karaoke calling me out in the Discord. Calling me out. How dare you? How dare you? Now that we've got that out of the way, things are, how do you think things are? They're fantastic. I'm only going crazy trying to figure out whether or not the freaking aliens are coming to get us or if they're already here, and they are us. Who are we? What are we? Karaoke. Just so happens to rhyme with what I just said. You're gonna tell me, karaoke. Look. I can never get these glasses. I gotta get a new pair of glasses one day, one of these days, but not today. Just not today. All right, hold on one second. Now, let's get to the good stuff. The Discord is mental. I don't think they like me much because I question things. It's like either believe what I say or I'll question your free speech and say you're a leftist or woke. Huh? Wait, you're a leftist? Wait, what's going... What did I miss in the Discord? We're gonna have to fix it. We're gonna have to clean that up. I don't play that. Just make sure that... Listen, I hope you're not being... You can't be offended by... As much trash as I talk on the show, how could you possibly be upset about what happens in the Discord? What did I miss? I missed something. Oh, that's fantastic. Now the whole frame of my glasses is broken. That is just fantastic. I love it when I love it when things that I can't afford to replace start breaking right in front of my eyes. I love it. Don't you guys love that when people, you know, when your stuff just starts to like break down when you need it most? Good times. Good times. Life. Let's talk about life. Hope you're medicated for this conversation. Now, today we're gonna talk about a couple things. One, I gotta clear something up. Darren 1320 karaoke. Check this out. Karaoke decided to call me out on something I said yesterday after that documentary. Almost, I think I paused it actually somewhere around the conversation about positive experiences from the alien abductions. All right. Now, let me clarify. Alex Jones is a freaking psychopath. He's making the freaking frogs gay. What are you talking about? Alex Jones is a man with a master plan. Except he's got mental illness and he says it in the court proceedings. Alex Jones said it's all fake. I'm just doing this as a persona so that I can get money from my audiences. Buy my vitality. Buy my male vitality. Look. I'm not gonna get naked. You stop it. Alex Jones, I'm gonna take off my clothes now and show you how tough I am, how much of a man I am. They're making the freaking frogs gay. Alex Jones is a psychopath. Yo, you wanna do this with me? Let me try. Yo, Alex Jones is crazy. Alex Jones is crazy. Why are we talking about Alex Jones on this live right now? This is about Terry. This is supposed to be about Terry Lovelace. I'll spend the first. Let's do this. Let's do this. Oh my gosh. Yo, this dude is insane. He's a crazy person. I watched his oh, what is it? A lot of his interviews and oh, robot. Alex Jones. If you guys think if you think I'm making this up, if you think this is just me pretending to be somebody else, this is Alex Jones. This is the real him. I'm gonna play something for y'all. I don't like the YouTube channel, but I think this is a great compilation. Let's go. Full blast, everybody! Turn the volume up. Yeah, they're making the freaking frogs gay.
I will eat my neighbors. I'm not letting my kids die. I'm just gonna be honest. My superpower is being honest. I've extrapolated this out, and I won't have to for a few years since I got food.
This is in complete contradiction to what he said during the courts, during his custody battle with his wife, whenever he told the judge that he's crazy and that he's not right in the head and that he sometimes has a character, kind of like what Tucker Carlson did whenever he went to court for the same reasons. Guys, listen to me. Left wing, right wing, none of them care about you. Okay? Some of them do. Some of them are just insane. Okay? Don't be, if you're a right wing person, you need to move over to the middle. If you're a left wing person, move over to the middle. And then jump off the freaking scale. Because none of this stuff is going to be used to help you. It just isn't. It's not.
But I'm literally looking at my neighbors now and going, I'm ready to hang them up and gut them and skin them and chop them up.
In Minecraft?
You know what? My daughters aren't starving to death.
Who's starving to death? Why is he talking about this? Has anybody's children starved to death?
Eat my neighbors. See, my superpower is being honest. I'll eat your ass. I will.
Maybe he's gay. I don't know. There's nothing wrong with that. I just thought he was a pretty far right-wing guy.
I'm combat model, optimal self-sufficiency. Probably the leader.
Please tell me that nobody in this chat. Listen to me. You want to know what I do think Alex Jones did? He called out some things in the Illuminati. Okay? He called out the Illuminati. He called them out. He got the Bohemia Grove thing out in the open. That was essential to truth and transparency about what our government's actually doing. But Alex Jones is a freaking psychopath.
The point is have you thought about that yet? Because I'm somebody that thought I could fix this, and I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors.
Well, I just woke up, so, I guess it's time to get this party started with a little bit of Alex Jones.
You think I like sizing up my neighbor? I'm going to haul him up by a chain and chop his ass up?
What the freak is going on? Why? Why is he like this? Somebody please go hug Alex Jones. Go hug him, please.
I'll do it. My children aren't going hungry. I will eat your ass.
John, I did.
And I refuse to listen to their commentary. Absolutely not. I don't want you to lose brain cells, so I'm going to skip this part. We're going to get to the part where he does more crazy stuff because,
That's why I'm artist is late. Come on over here. Come on over here. No, you flip me off. Come on, coward. No. Come on. You're not an intellectual. You're a fake and a fraud.
Oh my gosh, he's running. He's running. No, we got to see that again.
Come on. You're not an intellectual. You're a fake and a fraud.
This kid is thug life in it. He literally went into Alex Jones's face. Oh, I'm sorry. Alex Jones freaking track star ran it across the street. All right? With all those donuts in his belly. I bet he ate the donut from Rat Peanut's dream. I bet he did. Look how big his belly is. He ran full force. Hey, you tell me you're not an intellectual? Obviously the kid's not an intellectual. Why did he even say that? Because it's a character. It's all a character. All it is to make people think that he's like fighting the deep state. I'm trying to fight for you before I have to eat my neighbor. I don't want to size my neighbor up. Think about chopping them into little pieces like steak tips. I don't want to take them to Rodeo Steakhouse and take their seasoning and season up my neighbor. I don't want to have to marinate my neighbor in my own backyard. All right? I don't want to have to. My daughters will survive. What is he talking about? What is he talking about?
Yeah. You know something? I'm not afraid of you people. You got something to say? Say it. You have nothing intellectual. Yeah, because you're an intellectual dumbass.
I did. I said, you. Yo, this is some seriously epic trolling right here. I'm not sure who's trolling who, but this is fantastic.
To watch the mainstream media. Anyways, it's cowards.
That guy cracks me up, man. At least he's entertaining.
Let's not lose our brain cells. Now, yeah, I hear you, brother. Got somebody hit me up on. Somebody's watching on. One of my friends is watching on another platform, but they're messaging me on Facebook. So check this out. Sup, sophistry. Imagine Alex Jones was actually your neighbor. Oh my gosh, I would definitely be more for the Second Amendment if Alex Jones is my neighbor. I mean, I'm not like I'm against it. I don't want to shoot people. Like, I don't, so like I don't really think about how to arm myself to the teeth to fight a battle against my neighbor or the government. So I mean, if you feel like you got to get ready because they're going to come get you, go ahead. That's fine to live in fear like that. But I think we have bigger problems than the government coming, breaking into your home and stealing your guns. I think there is a force that can come into your home and control your whole family's mind and get your daughters pregnant. And there's nothing you can do about it. You can be armed to the teeth if you want to. It ain't going to help anything. All right? So you need to change your priorities to weapons of war to mind powers. Okay? You want to defend yourself against a real enemy out there? Start meditating. All right? Eat your Wheaties. And take my male vitality vitamins. They're 50% off today. Only today. That's it. Speaking of which, I'm going to post my GoFundMe so you can always fund me getting ready. I don't want to have to eat my neighbor. So if you don't want me to eat my neighbor, donate to my GoFundMe. Here, I'm going to post it in the chat right now. Just in case I ever get hungry. I remember I don't need to eat my neighbor because I got support from the chat. This is so that I don't eat my neighbor, okay? Thank you guys for being so supportive, and gals and demigods and non-binaries. And everything in between. Here is my... wow. Here's my GoFundMe. If you would like to support the show, you can do so by clicking on that link below. This is so that I can feed my children, and I don't have to eat my neighbor. Thank you. Now, I have no idea what the freak's wrong with Alex Jones. I don't even know why we started talking about Alex Jones. But the bottom line is this. Get off the political spectrum, please. Get into reality. Politicians are not going to save you. They don't want to help you. They want to stay in power. This is a reality. When I was young, I used to think the same thing. But I grew up. I'm a grown little man. What up, Tech 702? Oh my gosh, we have the greatest debater of all time in the chat right now. Aliens are not your friends. Richard Doty is a psyop. He's a counterintelligence agent for the deep state. Aliens want to take your soul. Aliens are making the friggin' frogs gay. Left-wing politics are the best politics. I'm kidding. I'm just trolling Tech 702. Oh, you got me. I can't. Oh my gosh, bro. Oh no. Oh no. Absolutely not. I can swim, just so you guys understand, alright? I'm a rare breed. I can swim. If I go paddle boating at the Obamas, just remember, I know how to swim, alright? I'm not gonna get nothing tangled up or nothing like that. I take extra precautions. I think about these things, alright? Oh my gosh. Alright, I guess I'm not as good of a troll as you are. You win. Text 702 for the win. Dag nabbit. Dag nabbit. Oh my gosh, I got tears in my eyes from that. Going paddle boarding at the Obamas later. You mother. I like this guy. I like him. I can't lie. Oh my gosh. Alright, let's maximize this window. That threw me off guard. I was not ready for that. I was not ready for that. Oh man. When I heard that, I knew. I was like, no. No. What did he do? Who did he upset? He had to upset somebody. Like, he literally had to upset somebody. Because there's no way that an adult male just drowns. Well, look at the guy. He's a strong looking guy. He's chef. He don't look like he's out of shape at all. All right. He probably could reach the bottom as tall as he was, and he drowns because he didn't have his life jacket on. Who believes that? Who believes that? Oh my gosh. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, do not pick a political side, please. Jump off the spectrum and see reality from a bird's eye view. There's something else going on here. And Richard Doty is talking to the exact kind of ice cream eating aliens that we need to find the truth. Okay? Now, let's talk about this. This article is reposted by Christopher Mellon, my guy. I've never met him, but he's my guy because I like him. I like him, but not as, I don't like him as much as I like Tom DeLonge. No, that's not true. I like him way more than like Tom DeLonge. You know why? Because unfortunately, Tom DeLonge has to stay in secret because he keeps making a bunch of inappropriate wiener jokes. But Christopher Mellon can be up there talking to people in Congress about these things. And so I have to give more props to Christopher Mellon versus Tom DeLonge. Mini drone strikes and conspiracies. Yeah, we're not gonna... I don't like conspiracy theories. I just talk about aliens. The greatest conspiracy theory of all time. What? No, that's not a contradiction. Alright, so check this out. Tyler Cohen. This is in the Washington Post last week. This is in the Washington Post, but last week's congressional hearings, the UAP ones we just heard about, you guys know about them. We know all about them. Or UFOs or whatever, because depends on how you feel about that. I don't want to hurt no feelings. It's like if you misgender a UFO. Can you misgender a UFO? Apparently you can. Apparently you can misgender a UFO by calling it a UAP. I'm sorry. I didn't know we had snowflakes out there. But apparently we do. So here's what the article talks about. Members of the military and the intelligence community claim under oath that truly inexplicable events occurred on a regular basis. And that's what we heard from Ryan Graves and David Fravor was those inexplicable events. The most notable claim from the hearing including from former F-18 Navy pilot Ryan Graves, is that there have been repeated sightings of highly unusual craft over 8 mother-freaking years. I would have 20... Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Huh. 20 years ago? Let me think about that for a second. I don't know. I don't remember. No way, Text 702. Seriously? You know why that would be really interesting, Text? I can't even say. Tech 702, I'm going to pin that because I need to, if that's, I'm going to look into that. I need to know. I need to know. What up, Cap? You guys can't see my screen, can you? Hold on. What's up with that? Can you see my screen? Yeah, you should be able to. Okay. So, you gotta. Please send that to me on Signal. Hit me up on Signal or something. I need to see that. I need to see that intel. I need to see that. I have not had caffeine yet. In all, the proceedings restored my faith in one of my favorite maxims. Sincerity is the most underrated motive in politics. The hearing themselves send the signal that it is okay to talk and even speculate about this topic, and may even help us get closer to the truth. This is pretty much, this is not what I wanted to. The system will not do nothing indefinitely. And these hearings are best understood as an attempt to do something. And this is what I wanted to pull from this article. Some people in government had the idea that hearings would be useful, and no one had a better idea. If you listen to the beginning of the hearings, you will hear a good articulation of the position that possible national security and aviation safety threats cannot be forever uninvestigated. It is striking how often the discussion turned to national security. All right. People have criticized Elizondo and others for framing this UAP or UFO, whatever your preference is, situation through the lens of national security. Yeah, it's actually a big deal, Garyoki. That's why when Tech 702 said that, it really got my attention. The Scientology connection is one that I don't like getting into, but yeah. But there's also a big Freemason connection, but that's a whole nother issue. It's a whole nother thing, man. One that I'm not adept at even having the conversation about without someone's help. But the reason why they frame it that way is because to put a fire underneath these people's butt, you need to do something. DD, what up? I think it's irrelevant, to be honest. Facts are facts. Facts are facts. Here's the fact, though. The fact is this. The reason why they call it a national security threat is because there have been 14 near misses. They have been witnessed turning on and off nuclear weapons warheads throughout, whether it be America and Russia. They've been interested in our nuclear assets for decades. They are completely outmatch us. And there's nothing we could do if they ever wanted to be offensive. They seem to be collecting intel on our weapons capabilities, our tactics, and they're doing recon on our facilities, our military facilities, as well as looking at us while we're doing our training exercises in the air. You think that's just because they want to come and shake hands? Listen, that's why they consider it a national security threat. Now, I don't know about you. Some people are like, it's God Daddy AET, okay? God Daddy ET is up there, and they're like, yes, sir, Derek. We have a couple of them. We also have family meetings, by the way. But because the family's so big, we got to have like a meeting on occasion to talk about things. You guys don't get me started, because we can, you know what? Tomorrow we can throw in the connection with the religious stuff, because let me tell you something. There's a lot of occult in the American government and also Russia. I'm not sure how China is. I mean, they probably have it too, but when it comes to like blatant occultism, the Nazis were into the occult. The Americans during the Soviet War were did some cult stuff. Aside from studying psychic phenomena and all that stuff, they were into occult, like actual demonology. Think that's an accident? Think there ain't nothing to it? All right. Anyway, let's talk about something we've never mentioned here yet. Crop circles, are they a form of conversation? Let me get through this and we'll go over that in a second. Let me get through this first. The point that I wanted to highlight in this article is the national security threat situation. People are criticizing Graves and Grush and everybody who's actually pushing for disclosure, unlike themselves, for saying that, hey, listen, I didn't want my buddies to die, so we need to find out who these guys are. Then people would say, well, your buddies wouldn't die if they didn't try to evade the Super Galactic Federation of Alien Brotherhood. I'm sorry, what? What is it? What's the logic behind this? The logic is this. Aliens, you're an F-16 fighter pilot. Witness, there's a craft coming on my 6 right now, or is it 12? I don't know, whatever. And it's coming fast. Oh crap, it's right on me. Oh no, it's mirroring my maneuvers. I can't get away from it. It's doing some kind of weird, oh no, I gotta turn or else I'm gonna collide with it. Look what the pilot did. It's the pilot's fault for evading that UFO. Oh my gosh. There is a problem. Now, you may think it's not our air, it's not our planet. You may want to ground human beings. Maybe you're against humans and for the aliens. Maybe you've betrayed humanity. Maybe you've betrayed humanity and you've said, we deserve to stay stuck on this planet and never leave. We deserve to stay stuck on the ground and never fly the skies. We should be stuck down here and never explore the cosmos. They should be allowed to come into our space, suppress us from ever being too technologically advanced, and you're okay with maybe you're with that. I don't know. Maybe you're an alien ambassador. I don't know. But I am team human. I am team human being. Leaving communication instead of blowing us. You see, Gary Oki? There are crop circles all over the world. There used to be a big influx in crop circles. I can't remember I think it was somebody help me out here. Was it the 70s or 80s? There was a big influx in crop circles all over the world. And then people started to emulate them. And it's way easier to emulate a crop circle than it is to emulate or to mimic a UFO encounter. So how the heck can I make sense of that? It's very difficult. There are some compelling crop circles, by the way. For example, that one crop circle that had that message, conduit out, there is good out there. Beware the bearers of false promises. Why would they say that to us? Well, maybe somebody made promises to us that they're warning us about. There had been deals made with non-human intelligences. Eisenhower made a deal with non-human intelligences. We've heard about this already. If we're not drawing the connections here, there's something out there that's good and does want to help us. And there's something that's here and is not good and does not want to help us. Which side are you on? Beware the bearers of false promises. Or something to that effect. I got it, brother. I got you. I'm going to check it out. Osiris. So the agent could... Dude, this is an extrapolation. No way. Are you kidding me? I'm not spreading that propaganda. It's literally John Greenwald misinformation. I'm gonna have to look at this further. I gotta look at this before I'll tell you what. I'll give it a fair shot. Okay, I'll give it a fair shot. Because I don't want to just dismiss it without looking at it entirely. But given that it's from John Green, that it's an extension of John Greenwald's post about Grush and Gary Nolan, I'm gonna say it's probably bogus. There's a reason why I don't follow Osiris. That was the first one that came up. Yeah, I'd like to see somebody that's a little bit more credible than this person. I mean, think about me. Like, I'm not. You wouldn't come to me to find. You come to me for commentary for, you know, to explore these things. Like, we look at this stuff together. I'm not like the master of this information, and this guy, neither is he. I would say I need somebody else. I need some. You send me a couple more, man. I got to see something else with that. And if they're all referring to John Greenwald, you're gonna lose me on that one. You're gonna lose me on that one. I'll look at it because again, I'm not gonna ignore data. No way. I'm not gonna spread that stuff without looking at it because I know how John Greenwald is. He's very clever with his language. He's a troll. Yeah, right. Karaoke. National security threat is probably what we're dealing with. We are probably dealing with a national security threat. Let's keep going. Check it out, y'all. I'm gonna turn this. Man, this sounds like a different kind of music, if you know what I'm saying.
Earlier, I'm told Vatican does have.
I want to bring in Ross Coulthart now. He's the investigative journalist whose News Nation interview with whistleblower David Grush was the impetus for the congressional. Ross, thanks for being with us as always. First of all, what do you make of the fact that that Susie's been trying to get a comment from the Vatican, and it seems like they're just flat out not going to comment?
It's a very difficult situation. Firstly, good evening, Brian, of course, but I'd say it's a very difficult situation for the Vatican because if Mr. Grush is telling the truth, and I'm told he is, it's a difficult to admit with the US concurring. Just to respond to one question you were saying earlier, raising earlier, I'm told the Vatican does have a very efficient intelligence.
Listen, the Vatican Library is like tens of miles long. I think it's like over 20 miles long. Let me hold on. Thank you, Karaoke. I'm gonna replay that. Hold on one sec. But first, let me Oh my gosh, I said 20, it's double that. The Vatican Apostolic Archive has been estimated to contain 85 kilometers or 53 miles of shelving, with 35,000 volumes in the selective catalog alone. Yeah. All right, so I'm just throwing it out there, y'all. Listen, I'm just relaying the facts, fam. That's all I'm doing, all right? Check it out. Well, I'll replay this with the volume maxed out.
I want to bring in Ross Coulthart now. He's the investigative journalist whose News Nation interview with whistleblower David Grush was the impetus for the congressional hearing. Ross, thanks for being with us as always. First of all, what do you make of the fact that that Susie's been trying to get a comment from the Vatican, and it seems like they're just flat out not going to comment?
It's a very difficult situation. Firstly, good evening, Brian, of course, but I'd say it's a very difficult situation for the Vatican because if Mr. Grush is telling the truth, and I'm told he is, it's a difficult thing for the Vatican to admit without the US concurring. Just to respond to one question you were saying earlier, raising earlier, I'm told the Vatican does have a very efficient intelligence service, and it's long collaborated with intelligence services like the CIA, providing useful intelligence. And especially in the wake of the Second World War, there was a great collaboration between the Vatican and the...
You got a guy like David Grush outing all of these different people and or institutions and corporations, and people are like, he's fake. You don't deserve disclosure.
CIA's anti-communist efforts in Italy. So yeah, I mean, there's a long history, frankly, of backdoor communications, even though there was no diplomatic relations until '80.
I wonder if the same people who say that like aliens are our space brothers and they try to get us to evolve to become one, if they also agree with communism or capitalism.
There's absolutely no doubt that people from US intelligence, very senior people indeed, were in the Vatican and indeed in Italy extensively at the end of World War II.
And the Vatican has clearly kept secrets before, Ross. I mean, Susie mentioned that they're now opening up the documents. There's going to be a lot to go through, but I mean, who's to say some of those documents didn't get pulled out?
Well, it's funny. I've talked.
It's actually the funniest thing to me is like, oh, you think the Vatican is just going to be like, the government's looking at us? We'll just leave our documentation laying around for whenever they invade here and break into the library, the archives of the 52. First of all, 52 miles of the archives, they're never going to get through that. They could scan that stuff in like an AI or something like that, but how long would it take to scan all those pages? I don't know if there's technology for that, like to scan pages quickly. I do know you can scan a page and then upload it to digitally and then use that for yeah, but like that's a lot of processes. So the question is, even if they could get into there, and the Vatican just so happened to leave their documents that are incriminating out, like and just laying in the library, probably in the center of the room, secret alien archive right here with a big arrow pointing down. It's gonna take a long time.
Talked to a friend of mine, Professor Diana Walsh-Pasulka, who wrote a great book.
Diana Pasulka is fantastic. Check this out.
Book called American Cosmic. And she was one of the few academics who's been given privileged access to the secret Vatican archives. And the way she describes it, it's quite extraordinary getting access. See, there's a whole process you have to go through to become sufficiently credentialed to be able to gain access. And even then, obviously, it's as you say, it's at the discretion of the people who run the archive what you get to see. There are, just to give you an idea of the scale, the archive runs underground under the Vatican, and Diana's written that there are 53 miles of shelving. That's how much they have in the Vatican archive.
Wow, that is hard to even like think about someone having time to go through all that, especially again if the historians were going in looking for other archives related to World War II, they may have not even been looking for this stuff. Maybe that'll change now. You know, since we've started covering this, science and religion, UFOs and religion, I mean, it's a tough topic for some folks who have a strong faith to go there.
Look, 390 years ago, it was the Vatican that tried Galileo as a heretic for arguing that the Earth wasn't at the center of the universe.
And then they built a telescope named Lucifer to observe the cosmos and said that aliens could be baptized.
And in nearly 400 years, I have to say, the Vatican has actually shown quite creditable openness to science. And in fact, they've held two conferences on the possibility of extraterrestrial life, one in 2005 and another in 2009. And back in 2009, Father Reverend Joseph Gabriel Funes, who was the head then of the Vatican Observatory, he actually said that believing that the universe may host aliens, even intelligent ones, does not contradict a faith in God.
You know, I wonder, all seriousness here, if you think about it, right, how would alien life contradict any text, religious text at all? How would it contradict? They literally talk about otherworldly beings, and I think unless there's a religious text that I don't know about, and I'm not talking about like a New Age thing, but like ancient religions, they all talked about supernatural beings or otherworldly creatures and a life after death usually, or some kind of other place that exists where the consciousness goes. It's not a new thing. I don't see how, you know, I don't know. I just don't see how, like, that's a contradiction. I don't see it.
We are all God's children. How can we rule out that life may have developed elsewhere, he said. Just as there is a multitude of creatures on earth, there could be other beings, even intelligent ones, created by God. This does not contradict our faith because we cannot put limits on God's creative freedom. And everything I've read about the Vatican suggests that a lot of the work they're doing at the moment is trying to demonstrate that there is no incompatibility between religious beliefs and good science. And in fact, they've also held a conference on evolution, the theory of evolution, and actually excluded the proponents of creative design. But there are factions in the Vatican.
By the way, evolution is not contradictory to religion. I mean, you can, you can believe in evolution, if you will, if it's, whatever type of evolution, because what if the creation of God is through the evolutionary process. I don't see how that's incompatible either. Personally, I don't see it. I mean, I don't think evolution makes sense at all. I am convinced that we were genetically modified at the very least. However, I'm not God, guys. I'm not omniscient. Nobody knows. If I got a check for $3,600, what type of business would you open up? I would invest all of it into this. What are you talking about? I would start, I don't know, maybe like I don't know. I don't even know what to say. However I can make this, if I could use that $36,000 and invest it into this, that's what I would do. I would change my whole environment here. I'd create an entire studio. I'd get the best system. I'd have the best software. I'd have a team, maybe even have a team that I can go to help splice my content up, get better graphics for you guys, have a better streamlined process for like everything. I would invest all of it into this, all of it. Derek Galloway, that's what I do with that money. Because I can put my whole life into this, man. Listen, this is what I want to do. What would I invest that into? The thing that I'm investing all of my time and energy into right here. This.
That push the idea that there is a creative design and that evolution theory is wrong. But I would have to say the Vatican's shown an enormous open-minded to science, and I just wonder, I can only speculate, whether it's driven by information that it does possess, as Mr. Grush suggests.
Yeah, and it's interesting you bring up that 2009 to 2007 time period there, because I was looking today to see what the Vatican has said in the past about this issue, and they really haven't said much since then. There was a Jesuit father, Jose Funes, who said at the time that alien life could be actually extraterrestrial brothers and part of God's creation, which is interesting.
Listen, if the Vatican is telling me that they're extraterrestrial brothers, I know for a fact that they're not. I know for a fact now. That's it. I am convinced that it is a trick. Okay? Because let me tell you something. The Vatican and their history with children and the aliens and their history with children ain't so good, y'all. All right, I'm just saying. I'm just throwing it out there, okay?
They're sort of combining it, not denying the existence that perhaps there is extraterrestrial life. I got to ask you this, though, Ross. We're talking about the Vatican tonight. We talked about Russia over the weekend and George Knapp's letter saying that Russia has this UFO program. We've talked about Italy having a program. Do you think there's going to be more information coming out of these other places besides America? What are you hearing from your sources in other countries?
Oh boy, that's a very good question, Brian. I don't know if it's going to be in the short term, but I do know that countries like France and the UK, and there's also a possibility that I think eventually Russia might be more forthcoming about what it knows. During the course of the research of my book, I spoke to people in Russia, people from the former Soviet military who'd witnessed incidents during the Cold War.
Real quick, I'll talk about that sophistry in karaoke. Let me just tell you guys that is absolutely no offense. And listen, take it with a grain of salt here, okay? Your DNA is literally a collection of all of your life experiences and environmental influences, all of them. Whether you've gotten sick, you've had a girlfriend, if you've having children, how many children you've had, every single thing that you have ever been exposed to in this life, every stimulus is recorded in your DNA and then subsequently is passed down to your descendants. This is literally scientifically, empirically true. Okay? It's empirically true. Plus, this isn't even talking about the entire chemistry of your body, your brain chemistry, your whole biochemistry is imprinted within your genetic code. And then you pass that down to your descendants. And as a consequence, your descendants will take on some of those characteristics by default. You can have a child, epigenetics. Thank you very much, Savistry. Epigenetics are the things that happen on top of the genetic standard, this genetic baseline. So for example, if you're an African American, tall, strong, basketball playing, tap dancing, rap music listening to, I'm just kidding, y'all. Let me stop. If you're a tall black dude and you have a baby with a tall black chick, you're not going to have a white baby. You're not going to make a white baby with red hair. It's just not going to happen, okay? That's a genetic code. If you're a tall black dude and a tall black chick, and the dude is like a loving, funny, happy person who's always looking to make people feel good, and the mom is a mean, aggressive, you know what, you're gonna have a child that's gonna have a mix of those behaviors, even if the child never sees his parents. Let's say they give him up for adoption because the mom says I don't want it, and the dad wants to please the mom because he loves her, and they go okay, and they just give the baby up for adoption. That little black baby that's in foster care now is going to be a mix of both of his parents, and he may never have met his parents before in his life. Even as much as the even as minute as the kind of things like mannerisms can be translated through genetics to your descendants. Okay? That is not true. The sins of the father do pass down to the sins of the son because it's literally part of your genetic, it's just part of the genetic process. It's part of the copying of genetics. It's just part of it.
And there was and probably the largest ever UFO UAP study that's ever been done was done by the Soviets during the Cold War. It was a 10-year study, and it uncovered a formidable number of unexplained incidents. And there's no doubt at all that there are archives, because some of them were declassified from Russia, and my colleague George Knapp brought some of them back to America and provided them to investigators here in America. But the simple fact is that I think it's going to...
You know, a while back, I listened to John Ramirez talk about this idea that Russians, they realize that if they change some of their weapon systems or whatever, their radar systems around, did a little bit of tweaking here and there, they could literally draw UFOs into their airspace. It was like moths to a flame, as they say, right? Bryson Foley, welcome to Twitch, my guy. What up, party people? Listen, they could literally summon UFOs. I said that on live one time, and the entire chat went insane. I mean, no, that's not true. You're making things up. You're lying. I can't believe you said that. You don't know what you're talking about. What kind of investigator are you? What kind of researcher are you? You don't know what you're talking about. Richard Doty said they eat ice cream. And y'all know how I love a challenge. Oh, you know how I love it when people tell me I'm wrong. So what did I do? I said, okay, y'all better sit tight. I'll be back next weekend. Following weekend come, I found that video, clipped it, played it on live. The entire chat was silent. This is what happens when you confront people with facts. When you bring up details about something and they don't like it and they reject it like fervently, like no, you're lying. The aliens are here. They only have butt sex with people that ask for it. That's not what Whitley Strieber said. Okay, so you got that. You got that part of it, right? You got those people. No, they just do it because they love us, and the reason why they take those little kids and get them pregnant is because they want to help perpetuate their species. You don't know what they go through in outer space. I don't know what they go through in outer space, but they know what we go through, and we're going to talk about that too. And the reason why I brought that up is because Russia has been dealing with the UFO phenomenon for a long time as well, and it hasn't been pleasant. Just like in Brazil, it hasn't been pleasant. And I've gotten backlash from people. Listen, I love it, but when I spit them facts, big fucks, that is big facts, but in a Jamaican voice, big facts. Just so you guys don't mistake my words. Big fucks, okay? Big facts. When I spit them big facts up in the chat, all right? Sometimes the chat gets silent. So if you disagree with me, Garioki, and I spit them big fucks up in the chat, blah, blah, blah. Who put the word genetics into our community? Even if it was leaked or slipped into 20 years ago, then there must be some truth in it. Yes, but
going to take a long while for those to come out. I think most of the other countries in the world that have this information, and I've spoken to people who told me that they do have it, are waiting for the lead from America.
Yeah,
I think
Yes, there was an operation where the Americans they were planning on, they have actually staged fake alien abductions in Brazil. Do you know why they did it in Brazil and not the U.S.? Because Brazil doesn't have the cultural acclimation that we do to the non-human intelligence. I mean, America is littered with UFO lore, littered. We have been acclimated for generations to this whole thing. You go to Brazil, you show them some crazy stuff, they'll just believe it's alien because they don't have the reference. This is literally, this is like, and this is Sociology 101, okay? Sociology 101. Or I should, even if you will, if you talk to an anthropologist, they'll talk about these cultural differences between nations. In the U.S., we're exposed to, we are overstimulated by so many things. Overstimulated. Hold up, y'all. You ain't gonna be able to surprise a U.S. citizen with a weird gray alien with tentacles in a thong dancing to Cardi B, like we'd be like, oh, that's cool, that's just AI. We would be like, yeah. You take that to Brazil, they're like, oh my gosh, oh, the devil's here, oh no, because they ain't seen stuff like that. Okay, you can't use those tactics on a people that have been acclimated to that kind of imagery. But if you take it to the indigenous population, they saw planes come by. Oh, it's the gods. They built runways. It's called the cargo cult. Peter Levenda talks about it. They built runways. They try to emulate the gods, whatever. It's just us dropping food and medicine. But to them, it's the gods. You would liken that to emulating the actual alien abduction experience? Whoa, man. You gotta be more complex in thinking than that, yo. Not you, Garyoki. I know you. My point is that, like, there are people, Garyoki, who believe there is a similarity to aliens abducting somebody by walking through walls and like showing their big black eyes and their big heads. All right, they're walking up in your room, three of them, three by three, talking about, don't worry, we won't hurt you. That's the same thing as what you see happening to these indigenous populations where we're flying planes. It's so different. Even if we just like, let's say we threw a gas, okay? Let's say that we flew a plane and we just like gassed a whole village of people in an indigenous population somewhere in the Amazonian forest, okay? Boom, bombed them. Just a smoke bomb, pass out. We come down, they see us with our hazmat suits on. They're like, oh, we saw the great gods, and they had these kind of suits on and stuff like that. And because our mask, the hazmat suits don't have, you can't see face in a hazmat suit. So if you say, relax, we won't hurt you. Don't worry. This is for your own good. They could say, oh, the gods spoke to me in my mind. Their mouth didn't even move. If you think that's the same thing as what we're seeing with actual organisms, you gotta, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. I can't make sense of those kinds of comparisons. I really, really can't. There was another example of, I can't remember the name of the project where the U.S. was planning on shooting actually Jacques Vallée talked about this. The U.S. was planning on like projecting, I don't know, Jesus or something like that in the skies of, let's just look it up. This is crazy.
Yeah, extraterrestrial visitors bandwagon.
That's what was the main point of disagreement with Steven Spielberg. When I met Steven Spielberg, he was about halfway through filming Close Encounters, and we had a long discussion about what UFOs could be. And of course, for him, the main point of the movie was entertainment, and it was appropriate for the UFOs to be extraterrestrial visitors. I think that from my own point of view, I'm going to be very disappointed if UFOs turn out to be nothing more than visitors from another planet, because I think they could be something much more interesting.
Something from another dimension, a space or time?
I think what the UFO phenomenon is teaching us is that we don't understand time and space.
Oh, of course. Where's it?
Subconscious mind to create a mythology in our culture about themselves, which is one of the reasons that they're both physical and concrete, yet very elusive at the same time. Do you still feel that way?
I think to answer that, I'm not trying to evade your question, but to answer that, you have to step back,
Okay.
you know, a little bit farther. What we know today about the UFO phenomenon is considerably more than we knew 20 years ago or 10 years ago. And we have to understand it at three different levels. And the first level is the physical level. And all we can say about UFOs at the physical level is that it's a lot of energy in a small space. In the space,
All right, hold on. Where's
they knows they were driving south. They were disoriented at the time. Loss of the sense of time. Fractures, for example, or will heal superficial wounds on the skin, but nothing that would heal that to the believers in UFOs, the believers in little green men from space, you know, that at that level it really doesn't matter whether UFOs are real or not. If enough people believe that something is real, then it is real in its effects.
In terms of its social reality.
In terms of the social reality, in terms of what people act according to their beliefs.
Yeah.
And that opens a question of really at two levels.
I've never seen the X-Files. Full disclosure.
Could the UFO phenomenon, I think Carl Jung can manipulate, remind you that originated in the well within our the island of Cuba using holograms of Cuba, and in the White House it was discovered that there was a plan originated in the White House to surface a submarine off the coast of Cuba and paint the second coming of Christ over the island of Cuba using holograms.
There was a plan for that. You know why you can't do that to the American people? Because we are so overstimulated with all of this technology. We would never be fooled by something that's stupid. We know listen. I need a word for. Okay, let me think of this. Okay, let me see. I got an idea. I'm gonna try this. Let's just go to chat. Let's go to. Give me 1 second, guys. If I mix bad and wrong together, I get badong, as in bad wrong. Can you do this for other words? We're gonna check this out, y'all. Let's check it out. Okay, let me see here. Okay, ready? Hold on 1 second, guys. Words. Check it out. Let's see if I can get AI to help us out here. We're gonna try to. Let's see here. Nambimiga. Golnaries. What the freak? Golnaries and non-beamy god, non-by-me gods? What the freak? So we got Golnaries and non-by-me gods for guys, girls, non-binaries, and demigods. That's what AI came up with to combine those words together. Okay? So non-by-me gods and Golnaries. Oh my gosh. I can't use that. That's too wild. The point is this. Project Bluebeam will not work. It will not work. It will not work. The only thing they can do, and this is the only thing they can do, is actually attack the American people or the world. Actually. Physical, kinetic warfare against the people. They cannot fake it with a radio station where they're like, oh, and now the aliens have come down and have attacked New York City, and it looks like the president has been taken by the non-human intelligences. This is 2023, ladies and gentlemen. This will not work because people aren't that stupid anymore. They have technology now. You can't do that, okay? Project Bluebeam is It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. No matter the level of technological development, it will not work unless they have an actual assault. Because guess what? There's Twitter, there's Facebook, there's live video feeds. Like, and now in the center of New York City, there's an alien invasion. Meanwhile, in New York City, everybody's just walking around eating pizza and stuff. Everybody's gonna be like, man, that's a fake broadcast. In 2 minutes, it'll be, oh, today, somebody faked an alien invasion broadcast and tried to say the aliens were invading New York City, but it turns out that nothing was happening and people were just eating good food all over the city. And there was a bunch of traffic jams and stuff. And there was some people getting pushed into railroad tracks at the train station. That's about all that's gonna happen. It will not work. It's not gonna. No one is that stupid. Now listen, except for me, I'm wearing a sweatshirt in potentially 90-degree weather, but inside of my, I'm listening to Ben Shapiro. You know how you fight climate change? You want to know how you fight climate change? Turn the air conditioning on. Boom. Big fox. Fight climate change. Turn the air conditioner on, man. Big fox. You want to know how you avoid being swept away by a tsunami? Just buy another house somewhere where the tsunami can't. Don't you have $150,000 to just up and move? Don't you? I do. I'm Ben Shapiro. I care about people. My point is, again, simply this, everybody. Project Bluebeam is not going to happen because it's stupid. It's stupid. Nobody's that dumb. Nobody's going to fall for that. No one is going to fall for that. What's up, Matt? This is my guy, Matt. I have talked to Matt before. I like Matt. He's a nice guy who appeared to be corrupt AF. So, now that we've gone over those things, I got something else entertaining to show you. Hold on 1 second while I block off the so I don't want you to see my private messages. People believe what they are fed. Listen, my dude. To an extent, okay? Karaoke? We'll talk about, listen, this ain't about Project Bluebeam today, but let me tell you something, y'all. Y'all are misguided if you think that Project Bluebeam is possible. And I say that with love, okay? I say that with love, all right? Misguided. How do I go to my messages? There we go. All right, I'm gonna play this real quick, and we're gonna take a look at something that I think is. How do I? Let me see if I can get this without. Okay. All right, here we go. Is there audio? Yeah, there is. Let's check it out, y'all. I love this music. I just freaking love this music. I just want to sit here and listen to this and talk to you guys all day long. That's all I want to do. I just want to talk about, I just want to argue with you, and I want to be told I'm wrong all day long while I'm just dropping big fucks in the chop. Big fucks.
Oh, by now you have heard the news. We are public. We have gone public. Call it an IPO if you want. Hi. So, for those of you who don't know, we are here in peace in that our values really align with so many American values and so many values worldwide. We are here to create profit. We are here for profit, by profit, and of profit. And we really have a stronger relationship to profit and capital than you ever have, and we're here to teach you about it. We've been quietly running some factories and really getting productivity up in a way that you all are not used to. We're looking for 24-hour work days at a minimum. Now, if you can work twice as hard for the full day, even better. So we're here to whip people into shape. No hard feelings here, just a lot of work to be done and a lot of joy. Thanks.
I told you they're not here to help us. I told you. Look, there's a real live alien video right here that says they're essentially hyper-capitalists who want to enslave the human race into working 24 hours a day, at least with double time if you want to get brownie points. And what do those brownie points get you? They get you a week in the probing facility. And that's not pleasant, but maybe it's better than having to work for these non-human intelligences. I told you guys. Look, it's real. Look, it's literally an alien right here on Instagram. I'm telling you. Show this to an indigenous population and they'll believe it. 100% they'll believe it. They'll be like, oh, they're magic gods. Oh, wow. And then Karaoke, your Project Bluebeam will work for them. But for the rest of the world, we know this is Instagram. And no matter what iteration of Instagram they ever create, we will always know it's just Instagram. We'll never be fooled by the illusion that this is something other than that. We will never be fooled by that. You guys want to see something cool? Listen, you guys want to see what the future is going to hold? Check it out. Last thing, this is the last thing that before I get back on topic, because you guys got me all fired up. Do this to me every time we start. Dagnabbit. Dagnap. Whoops. What the freak did I just do? Always getting me fired up. Let's pause this really cool music. And then let's watch this. This is the future this is our future. This person is wearing augmented and mixed reality glasses.
Nice. Great.
Vas tarde. Apúrate si quieres una buena calificación.
Voy lo más rápido que puedo.
¿Has pensado en correr? Es saludable y eficiente.
Seguro que no hay más trabajos disponibles. Yo estudié para ser profesora y estoy haciendo mercados.
Y además puedes quedarte con los puntos de fidelización. Eres una monje afortunada. Tienes que confiar en la aplicación. ¿Te sientes inspirada? Gracias. Chao.
Okay, now just in case anybody's confused by the Rad Peanut. What's up, Rad Peanut? It's so good to see you in the chat. I feel like we're family now. We love you. Check this out. This, in case you are confused, because I understand there's some, as Garyoki says, ontological shock that may be happening in this moment. You're probably like, wow, look, there's actually floating things in the air. Look at all those floating things that are really there. Maybe in your brain, that's how you translate this experience. But no, it's actually a pair of glasses like these. Actually, watch this. Let me show you. You want to see something cool? What do you think these are? What do you think these are right here? Pair of glasses? Huh? Just a regular pair of sunglasses with a giant cord on them, right? This is a cord. Glasses. All right, check it out. These are augmented reality glasses. Augmented reality. Check it out. Okay, these are augmented reality glasses. I gotta take my headphones off to get them on. Actually, get them on. Oh crap! Oh, everything. Okay, there we go. These are augmented reality glasses. Okay, if I were to plug this into my computer right now, I could see the whole computer monitor, the screen, or my iPad over here, whatever. I could see all that stuff and interact with it. Easy, right? Pretty cool stuff. They're augmented reality. Do you think that I would be fooled by anything that I see in these glasses? Well, the answer is no. However, the experience is pretty freaking awesome, just to be clear. It's really cool. Like I could literally sit back and watch movies or play games or whatever, do my research. I've done this before for hours. I remember one day I watched the entire 3 seasons of The Walking Dead in 2 or 3 days with these glasses on, walking around the house all day long, ignoring my entire family. They didn't like that too much, but I was just obsessed. Okay, so that is the stage of consumer electronics that we have. This is what we're going to.
¿Quién soy yo? No, eso no es lo que quiero decir. ¿Para dónde voy? No. Puedo volver a empezar.
All right, check it out. Let's fast forward here just to show you what this is like. Look at this. Look at this.
Adiós.
Everything you see here is an augmented or mixed reality overlay. It's digital information over top of the real world. This is what we're working on right now. You want to see a real world application? Hold on. Now she's in a grocery store. Check it out. Everything you see, there are no actual advertisements. It's all in the glasses. Everything you see here is augmented reality overlay. Again, this is our future. All right, hold on. Now let me show you something real. Forget about that's cool to see what it might be. What does it actually go? What is it right now? Check it out. Check it out.
Today, I get to show you something very special. It's something. There we go. And then let me put it down here in your spatial. Maybe make it a bit smaller. Yeah, that's nice. All right, now let's switch gears and talk about a different
hands-free
kind of application. I've got a browser over there, but it's kind of far away, and I don't really want to walk over there. So let me just call it over with my voice. Follow me. This is a browser that's running.
She just looked at that thing and said, "Follow me," and it listened to her. This is what I listen. I've played with this technology before. Okay, this is how many years ago was this? 4 years ago. This consumer technology was announced 4 years ago.
Microsoft Teams, which is a tool that we use back home to collaborate. Let me see what the team's been working on. Okay, it looks like they've got a surprise for me in the Playground app. I just have to say the words "show surprise." All right, so let me just open up that start menu here, and then place the app, and then launch it. So now we're actually exiting my mixed reality home and going into an immersive experience. But notice that that browser that I had actually followed me in. Now this can actually be really useful when you have things like emails or PDFs that you need to reference while you're doing your work. I don't really want it following me around though while I'm showing you all this cool stuff, so let me just put it over here, and then we'll get back to it later.
Trust me when I tell you, this stuff is extremely useful when you're researching something. I can tell you personally, I love this technology because it helps me with my research whenever I want to play around with it, have a little bit of better time instead of sitting down. Or if I just want to sit down and watch, a 2-hour documentary while I'm taking notes on it, I can do this with my augmented reality glasses. It is fantastic.
Welcome to the playground. We spent years exploring and refining interactions for HoloLens 2. And the playground is just a tiny sampling of the many prototypes that we built, tested, and learned from. Our approach was basically to try out as many things as we could and look for the things that stood out. So, for example, here I've got 3 sliders. Each of them is controlling this wind farm simulation, but each in a different way, using a different interaction technique. One of the things we tried is this touch.
Check it out. This is what we have now. All right.
Imagine a world where you can travel anywhere at the speed of thought. You can learn almost in the
just get to the good stuff. Get all this crap. What is this rubbish?
Home. The same principle will apply to corporate meetings.
This is rubbish.
Microsoft is currently working on a project called holoportation. Individuals using mixed reality headset displays such
Right, they don't look like this anymore. This is just what the first iterations were of this stuff. They're not like this anymore. They're much smaller. Check this out. Check this out.
Thousands of years from now, we'll look back at the first century of computing as a fascinating but very peculiar time. The only time in history where humans were reduced to live in 2D space, interacting with technology as if we were machines. A singular 100-year period in the vastness of time where humans communicated, were entertained, and managed our lives from behind a screen. Today, we spend most of our time tapping and looking at screens. What happened to interacting with each other? I don't know about you, but I feel limited inside this 2D world of monitors and pixels. And it is this very limitation and my desire to connect with people that inspires me as a creator. Put simply, I want to create a new reality.
Okay, let's see what it looks like. Sounds great. I love your speech. I love it. It's awesome.
We are
I love the speech.
Scientist, computer, first stick to my device.
All right, check it out.
I'm going to be seeing holograms right on this stage, just as clearly as I can see all of you. Now, at the same time, we have also this special camera that just walked in on stage, so that all of you can share in this experience with me up on all the monitors. So let's start our journey. And what better place to begin our journey than in the computer cave of 2D? Let's explore the world all around us with this new lens and understand the computer world from a brand new perspective. The computer universe is both programmed. Our universe is not digital. Our universe is analog. Our universe doesn't think in terms of 0 or 1. True or false, or black or white. We exist in a world governed by quantum physics, a universe of 0 and 1. Are machines that limit our humanity. So how do we get there? For me, the answer required looking at the problem from a different perspective. It required sensing the world from the perspective of a machine. If you're a machine trying to sense our world, how would you actually break the problem down? You would probably try to classify things as a human, an environment, or an object. But how would the machine then interact with reality? And I can think of 3 ways. First, as a machine, I would observe, or I would input reality. Speech recognition and biometric authentication are great examples of a machine interacting with humans from an input perspective. Secondly, as a machine, or equality.
Guys, I'm just going to scrub through this so you can see.
Your entire environment between virtual and real worlds. I love it down here. Now, imagine if I could look at all of you and dial from real humans into elves. When technology truly understands our world, it will again transform the ways we interact, the ways we work, and the ways we play.
This guy in the front's like, oh my gosh, it's all over. The apocalypse is happening right now. I can't believe it. I should have never given them this tech. He's the guy that made this technology. I should have never given them this technology. Project Bluebeam is coming now. This is how they do it right here, guys. Oh no. Mommy, please forgive me.
Less than half a century in the world.
Yeah, this is anyway.
The world.
You get it. It's fantastic. It is wild. Now, there are positive applications and obviously ones that terrify me as well. Yeah, some of them are very terrifying. Now, check this out. You guys want to see something else? Check it out. This is Magic Leap, okay? Now, this technology costs between $3,000 to $4,000. And guess what Apple just announced recently? Apple Vision Pro. Apple Vision Pro. This is something that, just so you guys understand, I used to be into the tech field, so I am. Oh, I'm salivating.
You say you are a dreamer. Well, can you put your hands in your head? Oh no. I said, what? Wanna take for you? Hey, lady, this. Oh, no. Well, you know, you had it coming to you. I miss you so much.
Toast.
Yeah. Welcome, by the way, Alien Universe. I wondered who you were. Listen, this is the future, okay? I get it. Project Bluebeam, maybe. I don't know. But if we survive whatever's coming, this global warming, climate change, whatever you want to call it. They call it global boiling now. It's called global boiling now because people are literally being put in the hospital from falling down on the ground and then burning themselves on the hot pavement. Remember a year or two ago, they're like, it's all fake. Now they're like, guys, listen, you need to get in your houses at this certain day because the temperature is so high that the planet is boiling. If we survive that. Has anyone seen that Adventure Time episode where all the humans are in pods with AR glasses and being taken care of by the robots? They never leave, and together in a fake world they prefer. Man, the Matrix sounds terrible unless you can live like 15 lifetimes, but like in a simulation where you can have whatever you want to. I might consider it. The very fact that they allow you to change reality in a way they can control via VR, etc., versus the use of euthogenics is very telling. It's all about control. Climate lockdowns are coming to a country near you. I do not think they're gonna force people to go inside because you can't hurt someone by hurting yourself. It just doesn't have. The only reason, listen, guys, we're not gonna have. I will listen carefully. I will not have that conversation on this channel because I don't want to get booted from YouTube for violating terms of service. But on its face, you got to understand, if we were in a zombie apocalypse, we would not make it. Because this whole idea, this is insane to me. You would all die in a zombie apocalypse. You would all die. Seriously. You'd all be dead. I'm not going to die. I'll lock myself down in a zombie apocalypse. But everybody else, I ain't going to stay out. You ain't going to keep me inside because no alleged zombie apocalypse. I don't care. Next thing they're outside, running around, getting their necks bitten off by zombies, turning into them, then eating their whole family. And while I'm inside of my house locked down, watching the whole world descend into chaos because everybody's too stupid to stay inside because the zombie apocalypse is happening. Ain't no one gonna take away my freedoms, not even the zombies. Okay, well, enjoy eternal life as a zombie. All I'm saying is you wouldn't survive. That's all I'm saying. You would not survive the zombie apocalypse. Nobody would survive that because we got too many stupid people in this world. Hey, check it out. Speaking of control.
Twitter questions here. This one's from Melanie Turner. Melanie writes, is there any chance that this may lead to reviewing testimony from Clifford Stone and others who've actually had contact with EBEs? Or, as there's no real evidence presented here, will this just fuel the dismissal of its reality? I think I understand that. It's a pretty good question. What I think is that we are seeing a concerted effort by the DoD to essentially control and manage what constitutes evidence. We've seen how, like Sean Fitzpatrick just recently just trashed the testimony of David Grush just the other day after the UAP hearings. And, you know, Fitzpatrick is a DoD employee. Grush is not a DoD employee anymore. He's basically gone rogue as far as I can tell. So I think what we're going to continue to see is that the Pentagon is going to do everything possible to circle the wagons and to continue to control the message of what goes out to the public. I don't think that there has been any change in Pentagon attitude about this matter of UAP or UFOs. So that but on the other hand, you have to ask, is there a rogue element, or at least a potential rogue element out of Congress, and maybe people behind Congress that's pushing them to get the UFO subject out in the open? And if that's the case, this battle's not over. So, and I do think that we're seeing a battle that's been taking place. I think we're looking at different factions happening. And so we could see further congressional testimony. It depends on how willing they are to go fringe. I don't think we're getting anything like Clifford Stone until prior testimony that continues to open this subject up makes it possible for them even to consider something like contact with the EBEs. But something like Clifford Stone's going to be difficult because, I mean, Clifford's gone. It would be difficult you got to corroborate this somehow. And unless we get corroboration for these, it's going to be very difficult, I think, for Congress to want to do it. Thanks for the question, Melanie.
I guess we'll have to wait and see. Guys, I just saw a news alert. Proud to be an American. I don't know the words to this song, but I'm gonna stand up next to you and sing it loud and proud. Russians launched Shahed UAVs towards Ukraine from Krasnodar Krai, Ukraine's Air Force. Oh, crap. Russian forces have launched Shahed UAVs on Ukraine from the town of Primorska, Ostravsk in Krasnodar Krai. I'm trying here, y'all. Attention. This is a warning that was sent out. Attention. Launch of several groups of Shahed UAVs from Primorska, Ostravsk. I can't say it. It was reported that the estimated time of entry into Ukraine's airspace is after midnight. Eesh. Man, this is bad. This is terrible. Probably, Mr. Armenia. Probably. Mr. Armenian. Probably is going to be World War III before. I hope not, but oof, this is looking bad. Or at least I know I'm free. All right, yeah, it's probably gonna be war. Hopefully not, but I don't know. It's not looking too good. So yeah. Tom DeLong said I was right about UFOs. Screw you. Let's check it out.
I was right about UFOs. Fuck
you. Tom DeLong trolling the world. I'm surprised he didn't whip his penis out. He does that stuff, you know. Yeah, anyway, we're gonna get to that Lovelace story here in a minute, but first let's you know what I observed during the hearing? Any moment like this, fascinating answer, just not a quiz. What are you talking about? Let's hear it. Let's check it out.
Who's been fired for doing this?
We have taken the appropriate action.
Okay. Who's been fired?
We've taken the appropriate action.
It's a fascinating answer, just not to my question. Who's been fired?
I can't answer that.
Has a single person been fired?
I do not know the answer to that.
Shouldn't you, though? I mean, here we are having recruiting
Listen, instead of Matt Gaetz, this is what I'm talking about. This is why Republicans, I don't even know why they're not running everything all the time, because they're not afraid to go to challenge somebody to their face. Democrats, well, if I read this complicated, convoluted jargon from the law of D16B21, it says here that according to the tasks of the United States, oh, we can't use that? Why? Because you're an idiot. Okay, that's Democrats. Republicans, get your black monkey self off the chair right now, and you go and you take. That's why Republicans win, because they're not afraid to just go at it, attack mode, head first. They're crazy. They don't care about nothing. Marjorie Taylor Greene's up there showing pornographic material. She's like, let me tell you guys what I watch when I'm at home. Play Hunter Biden getting snorting cocaine off of a stripper's, you know what? Yeah, this is what I like to watch whenever I'm at home alone all night long. I just want you to be exposed to it. Republicans don't give a mother freak. They don't care about nothing. Yo, Republicans, if you have Republicans on your side, you're going to win a war. You're going to win. You're going to win. You know why? Because of this right here.
Challenges. You guys are releasing personnel information of predominantly Republicans to a Democrat opposition research firm. You run personnel for the United States Air Force, and you can't tell me whether anyone has been fired for this unauthorized release?
Congressman, I can tell you that we have taken the appropriate action.
Well, but you deem it appropriate. But what if we don't? Because we have civilian control of the military. We may have to change our laws to hold people accountable. And pardon me for not trusting your vague reference to the layers that you've put on. But, Mr. Chairman, I request that this committee get specific answers for what the accountability regime was for this unlawful action by the United States Air Force, and that we not take as an article of faith the representation that they think they've taken the appropriate action. They've taken the illegal, inappropriate action to compromise these records, and I think we should hold them accountable for it.
Dang. Oh, my gosh.
Who's been fired for doing this?
I'm glad that Democrats are not heading this charge. We would never get nothing done, because they're just like, well, we have to take to the appropriate steps, and in 16 years we'll get an answer to the first question that we've ever asked. But ma'am, there are 47 questions. Yes, in that we have to follow the appropriate chain of channels for these kinds of conversations. And Republicans, go in there and tell them you'll hang the vice president if they don't do what we want them to do. That's why things get done by Republicans. Republicans don't care. They don't care about nothing. I would not want like a Democrat leading the disclosure of this phenomena. Why? Because what do they do? Aside from the sleepiness of our president now, at least listen. You need to talk to your son. Get a line or two. Go up there. Speak with some conviction. All right? That's what I did. Listen, by the way, I don't like either one of those parties. I mean, I think that Marjorie Taylor Greene is a psychopath. Matt Gaetz is, I don't even want to say because I might hurt someone's feelings, but he doesn't take too kindly to people that look like me. And if you don't believe me, we'll do a whole Matt Gaetz compilation. He does not like black people. He doesn't. And let me tell you something else about like all Tim Burchett. He's a very unempathetic person, at least in terms of policy. Unempathetic. But when it comes to getting things done, those are exactly the kind of people that I want doing this thing. I don't care. I don't care about any of that stuff. I care about this. I care about this. Well done. Well done. You got the blacks on your side, Matt Gaetz. This is what a lot of people are saying it. A lot of people are saying that the blacks are now on Matt Gaetz' side now. He's leading the charge for disclosure of the unidentified aerial phenomena. A lot of people are calling it that now. A lot of people are saying it. They call it UAP now. A lot of people say it. You know, I made when I made the term UAP, I went up to the general and I said, we're gonna call these things now UAP. UAP. Yes. A very good term. I love it. It's a very good term. UAP, folks. And then I flushed the documents down the toilet. And I clogged the toilet up. The White House toilets were clogged for 2 weeks straight because I flushed all the UAP, very good word, a lot of people are saying, UAP documents down the toilet. And that's how Donald Trump won the vote for the blacks. I have the best UAPs. Thank you, the Armenian. I've got the best ones. No one has better UAPs than me. Some very fine people told me that making Space Force was the best thing to happen to our military. Very fine people. On both sides. On both sides. I once saw the KKK march onto a black church, burn the mothers and fathers, and then they left the children in the building as they burned it. Very fine people. Very fine people in that crowd. You've got some and then the blacks came out and they started to fight the KKK. I believe they're savages, animals. They're savages, but they're fine people on both sides. On both sides. Okay? A lot of people are saying it. All I know is that when it comes to getting things done, Republicans get stuff done. They don't care about laws or what's right or what they ain't supposed to do. They don't care about none of that. A lot of people are saying it. I'm just saying, they don't care. That's why if we're gonna get it done, it's gonna be by them. It's not gonna be by Democrats. It just isn't. It's not. What is this? What is this? Alleged UAP? UFO? What kind of camera is this? If anybody sees it, maybe? I don't know. I don't see anything. I'd see nothing but blur. A bunch of pixelation and somebody's finger just went across. I don't know. Well, this is obviously gun cam footage because that plus in the center usually represents the kind of camera that you get from the gun cam. Thanks, sophistry. I got plenty of jokes about both sides. I don't like either one. My politics are get off the political spectrum. That's my politics. Get off it. Politics are not here to help people. They're to keep you stupid and to keep them in control, to keep you under control, to brainwash you. This video is terrible. I don't see it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my guy. I apologize. I can't see anything. Unless this looks like a boat. What am I looking at? Yeah, I don't know what we're looking at there. Let's check it out. Put another way, this is from Klaus, Tiny Klaus on Twitter. Put another way, Pete thinks that synchronicities reveal the absence of division between the physical world and our inner psychological reality. You guys want to go down the rabbit hole? Thus, the relative scarcity of synchronous experiences in our lives shows not only that the extent of which we have fragmented ourselves from the general field of consciousness, meaning that we're so far removed from raw consciousness, or at least the experience of synchronicity, these really interesting psychic phenomena that we might experience throughout our life, we're far removed from that as a civilization. This is what they mean by fragmented. But also the degree to which we have sealed ourselves off from the infinite and dazzling potential of the deeper orders of mind and reality. There is no separation between mind and reality, physical reality, and whatever the world of the reality of the mind is, which is far greater and more real than the reality that we experience right now. According to Pete, when we experience a synchrony, what? I'm assuming they probably meant to put synchronicity and then it spelled autocorrect screwed up. What we are really experiencing is the human mind operating for a moment in its true order and extending throughout society and nature, moving through orders of increasing subtlety, reaching past the source of mind and matter into creativity itself. This is an astounding notion. Virtually all of our common sense prejudices about the world are based on the premise that subjective and objective reality are very much separate. Huh? I'll check it out. Give me a sec. That is why synchronicity seems so baffling and inexplicable to us. But if there is ultimately no division between the physical world and our inner psychology or psychological processes, then we must be prepared to change more than just our common sense understanding of the universe, for the implications are staggering. Well, that's not a... I have to read this entire article. I'll have to check that out. Check in Discord. Reality is more than just what we see. There is an inner reality that we must get in touch with in order to understand fully what reality really is. Mixing science and, if you will, mysticism is probably where the answer is. Remember I said that. Science and mysticism are where the answers are. This is where the answers are found. The nexus of science and mysticism. That is where the answers are. David Grush responds to Mike Turner's comment on Fox News, characterizing him as somebody who comes forward and testifies about things that they don't know anything about. Oh man, yeah. I personally briefed the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence staff director at the time. Its general counsels and Congressman Turner personal staffer. What? Okay. Congressman Turner has not followed up with me, and based on his public statements, it appears he has not asked for a briefing on my testimony or has failed to ask the Intelligence Community's Inspector General for more information. Real quick, y'all. So, Discord's not opening up for some reason. I don't know what's going on. I might have to update it. But listen to this. Recently, Mike Turner was on Fox News and essentially crapped on the whole hearing. He just says stuff that he heard from somebody else. It's not really that. It's probably not true. It's nothing to see here. Don't worry. He pulled a Sean Kirkpatrick, but 2.0. Okay, straight up pulled a Sean Kirkpatrick 2.0. He was given a briefing. He briefed the Senate. He briefed the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. He briefed the Inspector General, the Intelligence Committee's Inspector General, and that information was available for Representative Mike Turner to look at, and it was given to him. At least the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence staffers, they had that information and gave it to Mike Turner. Mike Turner did not follow up with David Grush and his claims and ignored the Inspector General, the Intelligence Committee's Inspector General, saying that this is urgent and credible, which means this is how it works, guys. This is how it works, guys, gals, and demigods, and non-binaries. This is how it works. You know how it works? Don't look at the data. There's nothing. If you don't look at everything that's been said, there's nothing to see here, obviously. What do you mean UAPs? What do you mean non-human intelligence? What do you mean non-human biologics? What are you talking about? If you don't look at the data, there's nothing to see here. There's nothing to see here. Hence, Mike Turner, government stooge, DOD pocket boy. Kind of like someone we know, John Greenwald. The Armenian, speaking of inner reality, I believe in exploring that reality as well through plant teachers like Terrence McKenna. I don't know who that is. I'm not sure who that is. I think that if you think about it, whatever you engage in life, if you do it with the right mindset, then you will approach it from that inner, that looking inwards. You can call it, if you will, dagnabbit. There's a term in Buddhism, or Zen. You're Zen, right? You're Zen. Shrooms, babe. Your Zen is not just like sitting in a meditative position and meditating. From what I understand, Zen is everything. You can have Zen in everything you do. You should be in a meditative state in everything you do, right? This is part of the Zen mindset. Everything is Zen. Everything is Zen. No, I do not understand Zen. I'm telling you verbally what I've read from Zen Buddhism, or I should say Zen meditation practices. Zen is what you do. It's like a mindset that you have while you're doing things. Dang, Alien Universe. That's rough. It's season 8, and the episode are called Island When Finn Finally Meets Other Humans.
Yeah, but it's all fake. What's real? Your eyeballs think the sky is blue, but there's just sun rays spotting apart through the barf of our atmosphere. The sky is black.
In episode 4 of Adventure Time Islands, Finn and Jake reach the second of the 4 islands. What they find is a city left to ruin, but one that has advanced technology. They look around a bit before they find BMO. BMO is dancing and wearing a virtual reality headset. Finn and Jake each put on a headset to go talk to him in this world. They find people who have developed their own online...
Okay. Brad Peanut, I got it. Sophistry. Same here, fam. I try to live Zen. I try to be Zen in everything I do. I try. I really do. Brad Peanut, this is the Adventure Time episode that Brad Peanut was talking about.
...culture and ways of living. They use it to be social, similar to VR chat. They call Finn and Jake system dumps and ask a mod to ban them. The mod turns out to be BMO, though. BMO takes Finn and Jake to his dance club, where he locates Susan for them, but refuses to leave the VR world. Finn explains that everything he sees is not real, though, and that he has to return to reality. BMO asks, what is real? Saying that we think the sky is blue because our eyes tell us so. The scene pays homage to a scene in The Matrix, in which Morpheus asks Neo to define reality.
What is real?
This is very difficult, because on the one hand, these are great, philosophical pontifications, if you will. We can sit here and we can, try to conceptualize this idea that reality isn't what we perceive it to be, which it isn't. Reality is not what we, for example, your eyes perceive things upside down, and yet somehow your brain sees them right side up. There's a translation process. Your brain filters out most of your experience because there's a lot of things happening, but your brain is literally designed to filter most of things out so you can survive, so you can live. Some scientists suggest that there was a previous human or organism, I guess, if you will, evolutionary organism before us that did have a closer connection to the source or to the reality, but they died out. This is just this is a theory. They may have died out because they were overstimulated by the enormity of the true reality that we exist in, and they couldn't survive against predators. And so the predecessors, have evolved in a way to be able to handle the reality in a way that we can survive in it. And so we've kind of moved away from, at least us, this iteration of human beings, Homo sapiens sapiens, moved away from that, the true nature, perceiving the true nature of reality just to survive. It's interesting. Whatever. The other thing is this, okay? The other thing is this. It is, not only is it nonsensical, it's also irrelevant to think of reality as a potential simulation in the way that we see, for example, The Matrix. Because we're dealing with something far more complex than even that. We can't even imagine the complexity of this simulation. Whatever is going on in the nature of the universe and experience and reality, the game is so complex. It would take way too many generations of AI evolutions for them to computate what the nature of reality is. We wouldn't even survive the length of time it would take to get to the point where we can computate what the nature of reality is and then translate that into a way that we can understand it. We can't fathom it. Whatever the simulation is, it's nothing like this.
How do you define real?
Is reality just what our motor functions observe? Or is it something...
All right. Anyway. Thank you, Red Peanut. Check out that debate. So Destiny had a debate with James Fox, and James Fox wiped the floor with him. Destiny. Oh, let's see if he says it.
Oh, no question. No question. No question. None. I've never said this. I've never said this before, because I could see the look on all the senators and congressmen, and knowing David Grush is under oath and his credentials. He said, "I'll show you where they are. I know where they are."
Breaking news: Reddit post claims that September 8th, 2022, David Grush is. I met someone recently who's well connected to all of this, and who told me he had his house ransacked as an intimidation message. Thinks it's related to contractors who don't want this to happen. Okay, I guess it's not breaking. Why would they say that? We already know that. We already know that David Grush was harassed in similar ways.
Like, how are you not going to call his bluff on that? This is coming out. How do I know this? I've also went to Washington for almost 5 weeks just a couple months ago, and I met with a lot of the people that are working behind the scenes to get this out. They know that it's real, okay? It's just now it's a matter of how do we roll this out? And there is a lot of talking behind the scenes. I can assure you this is coming out, and you just wait. When some high-resolution satellite imagery leaks out, that will be happening. First-hand witnesses are going to come forward.
That's what Christopher Mellon was saying, by the way. Well, I think he was talking about. I think he was talking about satellite imagery. There's also other imagery too that's being talked about by that guy that used to work for one of those aerospace companies. There's another type of imagery that's out that's got like 4K resolution as well. It's not satellite imagery. It's something more on the Earth. Like I think it may be a part of what the NGA has. But we'll talk. That's going to come out. That's all going to come out. And when that comes out, again, we're going to have Destiny over here crying, talking about there are aliens. We're going to have Mick West cuddled up in his bedroom. Mommy, can you please do that thing one more time? I told you, Mickey, we can't do that. It's just not appropriate anymore. You're going to see that again when that happens.
That will be happening. They can't put the genie back in the bottle, man. This is coming out.
And because he was under oath and he stated that he submitted names of individuals that are actively working in these special access programs.
What came out of this? I don't know. Maybe the explicit outing of people and organizations that were directly involved with the cover-up for the last 80 mother-freaking years. What came out of it? Pay attention.
It would be so easy for them, if he's lying or wrong, to prove that he was wrong and completely ruin his reputation. So it's like, they should just do that.
I'm going to go testify under oath that I have all of this information about people that have done illegal things, including kill people and make deals with bad aliens. And I'm going to do it all because I want to write a book. I glitched a little bit. I glitched because I can't believe there's anyone who believes something that stupid.
Like, they either have to destroy Grush's reputation somehow, which they haven't done yet, or they need to, tell us what happened when they
What do you do though if they are at the area where they go and they investigate and it's like,
listen, I don't want to take on Destiny because I don't have any power, but like, I've heard Destiny rock people in debates before. Love watching it, okay? This is the worst, take ever. This is starting from the presumption that there's nothing to see here, folks, okay? This is starting from that, the presupposition that there's nothing here, okay? So the thing that he's doing right now, he's speaking from a place of there's nothing here. I don't care what the data says. I don't care what the information is. I don't care what the whistleblowers say, who they are, what their credentials are, that they testified under oath in front of Congress, that the Congress has said it's real, that the IG said it's real. I don't care about any of that. What if it's not real? Dude, what if it's real? Isn't that a bigger implication than if it's not? If it's not real, all right. You guys want to play Destiny? The actual video game Destiny? Just shoot some aliens? Cool. See you tomorrow. Right? That's my life. Okay. Let's talk about UFOs from the 90s. Cool. But if it's real, Destiny, dude.
This is the SR, 79XX, and like I can't reveal anything, and then you're just back at square one, right? Where it's like, oh.
I mean, at this point, they have to tell us if it's secret tech. I mean,
that's not going to happen.
They would never do that. Yeah.
The ice. I'd say.
Okay, they would never do that, huh? Again, the sarcasm says it all. It says it all because what he's actually doing right here is he's again ignoring the data, ignoring it. I don't want it. It's true. They have faked UFO and UFO sightings in order for intellectual cowardice. Yes, sophistry. They have faked them to hide their spacecraft, but they have not faked mile-long UFOs in the history. The question is, have they ever done it like this? The answer is no. Triangles, yes, because we build things that are aerodynamic and triangular because that's what's aerodynamic, Destiny. And so, yes, anybody who believes this stupid argument, buy my male vitality on my website, realmen.com for America. They're making the friggin' frogs gay. Buy my vitality vitamins if you believe Destiny right now. He calls himself center left, but he's definitely dabbling in the right wing space. Definitely catering the crap out of them. He has left wing ideas, like policy wise, very far right wing ideas when it comes to his social politics. Now his social ideology is very right wing, very. Like for example, if you're the kind of person that thinks that it's hurtful to have to talk about slavery, but you should be allowed to use the N-word, that's a far right-wing. That's like a Nazi far right-wing ideology. First of all, it's just a word, but at the same time, when you're talking about like history versus using a racist word, I believe there's a difference. I believe there's a qualitative difference between the two of them. I think one is true and needs to be, because if you forget about your past, you're destined to repeat it, right? It's kind of true, right? The other one is, how do I make someone feel less human by using that word towards them? I think there's a bit of a difference. That's the kind of thing that people play with this, like, oh, I'm a lefty, but like, because I think that healthcare needs to be universal, but I think they need to put more black people in jail with more over-policing.
Intelligence Community Inspector General Thomas Monheim. That's the guy right now the media needs to be going after. We need to get statements from him. He was provided the locations, the names of the programs, the people directly involved with the programs, the first-hand witnesses of the programs, and it's only a matter of time until we get statements from him. This stuff's coming out. I've never said this before. I've never believed that I thought this was going to happen. I really didn't. It's coming out now, and there's no turning back.
Nah, I don't think so. I think.
Yeah, I know. I know you just said all that stuff, and I know you told all those people, and I know they have those witnesses, and I know they did it under oath, and I know they talked to members of Congress, and I know the ICIG said that it's urgent and incredible, and I know that Christopher Mellon, the previous, understood whatever his long freaking title is, said that, and I know that Obama said that aliens are real, and he can't talk about it. I know that Trump said that aliens are real, but it's just all fake. It's all fake. And it's probably SR70XXXXXXX. Get off those websites.
Again, 1 year from now, and they're going to be the exact same spot we were in 1 year ago.
Nope. No. I'll bet you $1,000.
If you
bet
you want, I'll do it. Yeah. I'll give you yeah, we'll do it if you really want to. If you sanction this, if you want to sanction this bet,
well, yeah, I'd gladly. And that'll be a nice dinner too. I'll get some caviar, some champagne. I might do like Chateau Lafite, maybe. I don't know. We'll figure. I'll do.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Sophistry for the win on this one. How can you debate someone? How can you debate someone who has no information in the topic? It's called hubris. It's called hubris. Mr. Armenian, he is nothing like Hassan. He is nothing. Hassan is an actual far left-wing person, okay? He's a lefty. All right? He's a lefty. Like, straight up. Destiny is not a left. He's a lefty in some policy ideas. I think he's more libertarian than he is left wing. I say that not having any. Again, I'm not a political commentator, guys. I don't do the social issues and political stuff because I think it's all stupid and ridiculous and it drives me insane. And I think it's primitive, and we need to like get past it, please. Can we talk about real issues? Like what the? That's like my position is it's all dumb. Stop doing it. Don't feed into that crap. But when you're looking at it, Destiny is definitely more libertarian. Freedom of everything. You should be free to be racist. You should be free to be bigoted. You should be free to deny people services. You should be allowed to have it on your restaurant. No N-words and no dogs. It's America. It's a free country. You should be allowed to do that. It's freedom of business. It's business freedom of expression. You should be allowed to do that. That's Destiny's position. From what I understand, I could be wrong, but from what I understand, that is his position about social issues and business policy, right? I just don't think Destiny's left wing anymore. Not in the social sense at all.
Actually, Michael did a similar bet, which I called, which was he said that it's $1,000 if it comes out by the end of 2025.
Well, what are we saying? What are we saying officially is coming out? Like evidence for extraterrestrial,
Okay, so I think within a year, you're going to be hearing from first-hand witnesses, not second-hand witnesses. There's going to be additional people coming forward confirming David Grush's claims, and there's going to be more evidence leaking out, like photographic evidence, things of that nature.
Absolutely. Well, so here.
Oh no. Okay, maybe they will, but what Destiny?
Here's the thing. This is how these bets are always difficult. Yeah, there could be photographic evidence, but it's going to be like a blurry picture in a hangar of a plane that doesn't seem to match any current planes, and then we're going to get into an argument where I'm going to say, well, obviously it's a Lockheed Martin project, and you're going to say, obviously it's a UFO from extraterrestrial origin, and then we're going to be back at because that's how it always seems to go. Yeah.
I'm curious, Destiny, because I've been following this closely, as you know. Mm-hmm. I'm curious. Does this story matter to you?
If extraterrestrial anything was even if we found a single-celled organism on Mars, I think it would be the most important discovery in all of humanity.
Okay, then why are you not taking this seriously then? Because what we have here are allegations that there is not just a single-celled organism, that there's an entire biological being, several of them captured in their technology. Advanced intelligent life forms have been found. Advanced intelligent technology has been found. It's been alleged that this is true, and you're like, I don't believe it. It's not. It's fake. It's not real. You are driving me insane. Oh my gosh, get me all fired up.
Human history. The idea that life could start on other planet, it would be the single more important than discovering fire. Yes,
but I just don't want to hear it.
So I think it would be. I don't think it's very. Yeah, I don't think it's very.
Non-human biologica? Oh, please, even if we found a single-celled organism on Mars, he'd debate that we brought it there in ourselves by accident. I believe you are correct, the Armenian. Yes, I think he'd say the same thing. I think he'd do that exact same thing.
Very compelling evidence for it, yeah.
Yeah, no, because some people don't, and Destiny, I'm just curious, how many military pilots have you interviewed?
457?
None so.
Oh, I'm sorry. So basically, you don't know what you're talking about.
So far.
How many generals have you interviewed?
4 stars?
Yes, anybody. And just generals in
None so.
Oh, so you basically have no idea what you're talking about.
Far.
None? How many first-hand witnesses have you interviewed?
None yet.
Oh, so you have no idea what you're talking about. My position is that this is all fake, based off of what? What have you studied? Nothing. Then what do you... How can you make that argument? How can you make that argument? You haven't done any research? This is literally what this is so mind-numbingly crazy to me.
None yet. Okay. And how many documents have you seen from the government? Have you ever gone to the National Archives and dug through Project Blue Book files?
Not that I'm at
Here's a joke.
liberty to discuss.
Ladies and gentlemen, demigods and non-binaries. How can he possibly be this way? This is a guy that I honestly, this is where people lose me, okay? This is where people lose me. People lose me when they're highly intelligent and I respect their level of intelligence, but then they hold a position on something that they're completely uninformed about, and it's like, how, like, why are you doing this? What is the purpose of even, Mick West does this. Ah, yes, I found a video online that I can debunk. What about the ones you can't debunk? Ah, I don't talk about those. Why, McWest? Because they're just, it's all rubbish. I mixed my British dialects there.
No.
We'll have to do that in a skiff.
No, but seriously.
So I'm just curious. So you've done zero research. You consider this to be one of the most significant stories of our time, and yet you've done not a single shred of research, and you're dismissing it because you've read from the mainstream media that it does.
All right, you want to know what I think? Suck in the sack, bro. You're sucking the sack right now, okay? You're sucking the sack. Get off it. Listen to me. Get off. Unlatch yourself. Unlatch yourself from the teat of the deep state, if you will. I know y'all like that word, that term, deep state. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Jessica Jones has not gotten back to me. I don't think we're going to be going on Jessica Jones' show. So let's continue. We're going to look at the Terry Lovelace story. And I'm going to skip a lot of it because there's no point in watching. I don't want to waste too much time on, stuff. The teat. All right, let's check it out, y'all. Oh my gosh. Why are you doing that to me? Incidentent. Is it this one? Now, for those of you who... I don't know why I turned that back on. James Fox wiped the floor with Destiny. Wipe the floor with him, all right? Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to check out the Terry Lovelace story. And you're going to see in real time what my concern has been focused around. Let's check it out, y'all. I'm going to minimize this because we're actually going to get some gameplay in. All right, we're going to get... It's honestly... The video is really not that impressive, to be honest. The conversation, however, is very, very interesting. So we're going to minimize this, and I'm going to entertain you all with a little bit of that. You guys like me, you like seeing me chop off the heads of these orcs. So we're going to go chop some orc heads off while we check out the Terry Lovelace story. Let's check it out, y'all. I have not. The Armenian, you should hit me up on Discord with that info. All right, let's check it out, y'all. Let me get everything set up, and then we will start our viewing. It's probably going to be a little bit more than 4 o'clock, just so you guys understand.
My friend's kind of oblivious. He's like, "Yeah, don't worry about the bugs. They'll come back. No big deal." Just then, he claimed that he talked to some guy that. Went down there and talked about this plateau that I think I may have sent you a picture of from Google Earth. There is a plateau there, and we took a long weekend, packed up the car, bought a $10 Kmart tent, and packed a cooler and some stuff, and we drove down to Devil's Den, and it was about a little over a 6-hour drive. Just on the other side of the Missouri border in Arkansas, in northwest Arkansas. And found the park, pulled in, and I was all for staying in the campground. My friend, not so much. He was like, we're going to have people to the right of us, people to the left of us. Let's make this a real camping experience. We'll be real outdoorsmen, right? So we were going to go find our own campground, and he was really big on trying to find this plateau, which We did by accident. We dodged the kiosk with the ranger station where you get the camping permit. Took a road back started driving around. Took a road back in, traveling in kind of a northwesterly direction, and paved road turned to gravel, kind of turned to dirt, and then there was a chain sign across the road, worded like, no trespassing, keep out, no hunting, no camping, no fishing, no nothing. I thought that it was kind of a nature preserve. I didn't learn until 2016 that where we spent the night on top of this plateau wasn't even in Devil's Den State Park. It's in a strip of land that's owned by the Bureau of Land Management. And what's crazy is they mow the top of this plateau. I mean, it's flat as a pool table up there, but it's the height of the surrounding treetops. And unless you're right on it, you can't see it. So the U.S. government pays for a guy in a tractor with what's called a brush hog to go up there and clear cut that several times a year. And because I was shocked, I would have thought there'd been 40-year-old mature trees up there by now, but there's not. So you can't see, because it's level with the treetops, you really can't see, in the summertime at least, that plateau. But we were fortunate enough we drove right to it. And there was a road that went straight up, and we went around the chain link fence, of course, and we crested the top of this hill, and it was just beautiful. It's a great looking place. It had, maybe grass about 6 foot high, wildflowers, and it was just pretty, just a nice place. The view was fantastic. And we set up our camp there, and we did all the stuff you do on a camping trip. It's fun. I mean, it was all new stuff to us. Set up a tent, built a campfire, went for a hike. And that night, we were sitting around a campfire, and there about maybe 6-8 feet between us with a campfire between us. And we're talking over the campfire. And this sounds really cliche, I know, but this is true. And I've heard other people tell me the same thing. And that is that the sounds of the forest, like crickets, tree frogs, all that stuff that makes noise in the woods, stopped. And it went dead silent. And it kind of freaked me out, or I found it unnerving. And I looked at my friend and I said, is it awful quiet out here to you? Well, it wasn't just quiet. We had a nice breeze going on before, and the breeze had even stopped. So it was still. It's probably a better word. And my friend's kind of oblivious. He's like, yeah, don't worry about the bugs. They'll come back. No big deal. And I felt silly, but so we're talking, just kind of having a conversation, and he turns his head to the west and says, hey, Terry, were those lights there before? And I'm like, what lights? I don't know what you're talking about. I couldn't see them because his torso was in the way we were seated on inflatable air mattresses, and his torso was in the way. So I had to stand up, and I looked over his head, and sure enough, there on the horizon, just above the horizon, there were 3 bright stars, all the same, about the same luminosity, just above the horizon. Too far above the horizon to have been lights from, a parking lot or a train or something. And this was really a remote area at the time. It's still remote, but back in 1977, it was very remote. And I said, no, I don't remember those. And we're kind of looking at them, and they caught our attention. And while we're watching them, they moved. And the first thing they did was the 3 points of light rotated, like they were on an axis, and turned about 120 degrees. And when they did, the base of the triangle was parallel with the horizon. And then it started to move up, and it went straight up in the air. Heard no noise, never heard any noise. and it reached an altitude, or what I call a ceiling. It reached the spot where it came to a halt, and then it was in an orientation like this with the 3 stars. When it reached a spot where it stopped, it kind of turned like that, and what we saw was 3 tiny lights in a row because we were looking at the thing head on. I have no idea what altitude it was at, but I mean, it was pretty high up. It was tough to see. And we're debating what this is, but only briefly. And then it's, conversation is over. We just watched. And I never felt any fear. As a matter of fact, about the time this thing started moving up into the air, I felt this experience of calm, where I felt, just a bit unnerved about.
I want you to please pay attention to some of the things that are being said. He said that I felt this sense of calm. I was not afraid.
The stillness, the silence. I felt this kind of like a wave of calm. And that washed over me a couple of times. And I had no anxiety, no fear. Matter of fact, I felt kind of detached, more like an observer than a participant in what was going on. I don't know how else to describe it. And while we watched, it started like a glide plane down in our direction, and we could see the 3 lights in a row, so we knew the thing was headed towards us. And it got bigger. The lights grew further apart. Again, still no sound. And we watched it come in, and it illuminated. There were lights on the apex, on points of the triangle that was all illuminated. And as it got down probably about 5,000 feet over the forest and cast shadows because it was illuminating, lit up the treetops. And it came to a halt about 3,000 feet over our heads, and just stopped. And we weren't, fortunately, where we had camped, we weren't directly underneath the thing. We were kind of offset to the side, but that was actually kind of an advantage because then we could, later on, we could see the side of it and see the thing in better detail. And that calm thing was interesting. It was like our emotions were muted, or it wasn't the.
It was like our emotions were muted, which means, if you just think about it for a second, this object understood that these human beings, these objects, whatever, that these human beings, their emotions need to be suppressed. Sounds like a very benevolent thing to happen, right? Suppress their emotions, suppress their response to their fight or flight, suppress that fear, that get out, run, suppress that feeling. He just said it. It's like our emotions were suppressed.
Proper reaction to what we were seeing. I mean, we should have been, freaked out. We should have been maybe anxious, but instead we were both just there. And while we watched, a light came on from underneath this thing and about dead center. And it was a white light about the diameter of a softball, at least on the ground it was. And it went straight up to the middle of this thing at about 3,000 feet. And it just popped on and hit our campfire, and was on for maybe 60 seconds, probably less, and then just clicked off. And then in its stead, there came, lasers were kind of a new deal in 1977. I'd seen them on television, but I had never seen one, in reality. And this laser light popped on, and the beam came from the same place, the center of the triangle. It was about the diameter of a lead pencil, and it would land at a spot in the campsite for really a millisecond and then turn off, and then a millisecond later, it would come back in another area of the campground, so that it looked like it was dancing all over the place. But it never struck the ground. It struck me at least 3 times. I know in the chest, I never felt anything. I know it struck my friend. It struck my car. It struck Toby's backpack, his cooler. So it was like all the things that we brought with us. And I thought, this thing's checking us out. That was my thought. And that lasted a little longer than a minute. I can't be for sure, but and then that turned off. And then really what happened next was that feeling of calm that we had transitioned to sleepy. And there's a distinct difference between the two.
I believe there is something that they call that. What do they call that? It's like intergalactic roofie, if you will. They gave him an intergalactic roofie. I felt real good and calm. Next thing you know, I felt sleepy, and then I was powerless.
We were young guys. We were in good shape. We were used to working a night shift. We were tired from a 6.5-hour drive, but I didn't think we should have been sleepy. Looking back at it, that didn't make sense. But all I wanted to do was go into the tent and go to sleep. And my friend said, and this was the first words he spoke since the thing got started, and he said, "Show's over." And he stood up and he grabbed his air mattress and he walked a few feet in back of us to the tent, threw his air mattress in, and then just fell on top of it. And I did the same thing. I followed suit. We never said a word. I threw my air mattress in. I fell on top of it. I never bothered to take off my shirt, my combat boots, my blue jeans, anything. I just fell on top of the thing and I was out. The last thought that I had, and I remember this clearly, was that my friend was wrong, because the noises never did come back. It was still dead silent. I woke up. I was able to figure out later it was near sunrise, but it was pitch dark. And I saw these flashing lights, and they were yellow and white and kind of an orangey. And they were just flashing at odd intervals, but they were bright. And when they flashed, they would light up the inside of that tent, because otherwise it was pitch black. And I thought, this is probably a ranger's truck, a park ranger, there to kick us out, with the overhead flashing lights they have. And then I noticed that my combat boots were unlaced, and they were unlaced almost all the way down. And I knew that I didn't go to bed with them like that. I knew I would either take them off, or I would have had them laced up, but I wouldn't have had them on my feet unlaced. It's a trip hazard. And, when you're in the military, they teach you how to take care of your feet. And that puzzled me. So I took my boots off and noticed my socks were on sideways. Now that was really unusual, because I knew I did not do that. I would not do that. To this day, I wouldn't do that. So I took everything off, more annoyed than anything, put it on properly, laced them up. And then I turned to my friend, who's already on his knees, and he's looking outside the tent. And Toby was African American, and there was when the light would flash through the canvas of the tent, it illuminated. There was the track of a tear, because I guess the salt illuminated in the flash of light, and I could see a white streak there. And that was my first real fear. I wasn't worried about park rangers throwing us out. That wasn't a real concern. But it was a concern when I saw my friend had been crying because I couldn't imagine what would make this guy cry. And I got to my knees and I'm like, what is it, man? Is it park rangers? What's out there? And he's like, shh, and trying to get me to be quiet, and but not giving me a clear answer. And I looked for myself out of the flap on the right side of the tent. And the thing that had been 3,000 feet over our heads when we went to bed had descended. And it was now 30 feet over the floor of the meadow. So, and that's why these lights were so bright. And the light we were seeing was the flashing lights off the points of the triangle. It was, it was about 30 feet. And we, like I say, we weren't directly under it, we were offset. And the second thing I noticed was in one of these flashes of light, I saw what I took to be, and I should have counted them, 12, maybe 15 kids. I thought they were kids walking around. And I'm like, Toby, man, what the hell are these kids doing out here in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere? And he's like, Terry, man, those ain't no little kids. Look at them. And that's when I saw that they weren't human. They had the long, spindly arms. I mean, they were classic little gray guys, 3.5 feet tall, maybe 3.5 feet tall. Heads disproportionately large, spindly bodies, long limbs. And they were busted up into groups of like 2s and 3s. And they were just kind of wandering around this meadow. I mean, like tourists or something. And they walked with a very distinctive gait. I don't know what the reason for that was, but they walked almost with a limp, like their feet were sore. I don't know. So I am scared to death. I'm afraid we're going to sneeze or cough or do something to draw their attention to us, because we really didn't understand if they.
I keep wondering think about the level of terror. If you see a bear or whatever, it's like, oh, that's scary. You don't want to die. But like, this is a kind of fear that pierces your soul. And I think that I don't think that's an accident.
They were long done with us. And we just watched. And after a while, both of our, by the way, we had wind-up watches. We had good wind-up watches, which were state-of-the-art for the day. Both of those watches stopped at 240, 241 or something for Toby's. Mine was 240 on the nose. My watch, which was an Elgin, never worked again. I wish I'd saved it.
No.
But that watch never worked again. So, again, some passage of time, minutes, not hours. And there was a change. There was a bright light that came on right from the center of the triangle and underneath, and it was about 30 feet in diameter. I'm guessing that because it was about as broad as the thing was high off the floor of the meadow. And this was that, it had the same white quality as that beam of light that landed in our campfire. It was a milky, like white. It was like if you had a high power searchlight in fog, you would see a white column of light. That was the quality this had to it. And as soon as this light came on, all the little gray guys walking around the meadow turned their attention toward it and started making their way towards it. And they weren't rushed, they weren't running, didn't seem to be in a hurry, but they just meandered their way toward this light. And they would step into the light. They were already paired up into pairs, grouped up into 2s and 3s. So their little group of 2 or 3 would step into this light, and then they would dissolve. And it looked very much like there was the old Star Trek, the original. I'm not a sci-fi fan, so, but in the old Star Trek, there was the transporter thing where they would stand on a small podium and then just dissolve, pixelate out. That's what this was like. They would just pixelate out and they're gone. And we were we're terrified out of our wits, and we watched until the last couple of guys stepped into the light and dissolved. And as soon as they did, the light turned off, and the lights on the triangle at the points changed, and while they were multicolored yellow, orange, and flashing, they changed to a solid white. And we watched this thing take off. I mean, it didn't take off like a rocket ship. It just kind of lifted up like a hot air balloon and went up in the air. And we watched it until it was, 2 lights and then 1 light and then gone. And my friend is hyperventilating.
Swamp gas.
So I got him to get a hold of his breathing. And I said, I'm not leaving this tent. I'm not leaving this tent until daylight. I mean, all I had over my head was a piece of canvas, but I felt like it gave me cover. I didn't feel vulnerable. And one of the after effects is, to this day, I don't like being out in the open. I feel vulnerable. If I had to...
That's called PTSD. So they give him an intergalactic roofie. They leave him and his friend with PTSD, and they're Space Brothers.
Walk across, a field that's a half a mile. I would walk 1.5 miles to go around it rather than cut across it in the open. That's just one. So.
And was there any noise associated with the craft?
When the lights from the cylinder of light where the little guy stepped in, when that turned off, we didn't realize it, but there had been a low-pitched humming noise. I call it a droning noise in the book. But if you hear a noise like that long enough, you become accustomed to it. So it must have been, because we woke up, neither one of us noticed that, but we noticed when it turned off. We could hear the absence of it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And that was the only noise that we heard. But when it went up, it was dead silent. It rotated a little bit, but it just went straight up, and the higher it got, the faster it went. So my friend talked me out of waiting until daylight, because we had no idea what time it was. We knew it was sometime after 2:40 is all we knew. And he convinced me that we should go now, and we did. I grabbed my wallet, he grabbed his, I grabbed my car keys. He had his little flashlight with him, and that's all we took. We left the tent, we left his nice Coleman cooler, we left his backpack with his camera in it, we left everything. That speaks to how afraid we were. And we darted to the car, got in, slammed the door, and I remember saying, "Are we good?" And he turned on his little flashlight and looked under the seats, and in the back seat, of course, we got the doors locked. But yeah, he had to check the car to make sure there was nothing in there with us, because we were that freaked out. And I'm like, how am I going to find my way, through this forest in the middle of the night and not get lost? And my friend had taken a bank statement or a deposit slip out of my glove box of my car, along with like a little golf pencil. And he made like a rudimentary map. He had the foresight to do that. So he knew where not to make a turn. He knew how to get us back to pavement. And we did. We got back to the paved road and headed back to Whiteman. And it was strange because, and this was new to me. I didn't understand it at the time, but Ray Fowler's book about the Allagash Four, they had the same experience where, you had twins, the Weiner twins, and then their two friends. And they were real tight. They did everything together. And after they had their experience, immediately after their experience, they kind of drifted apart and they didn't talk about it. And they had a pretty traumatic event. And we didn't talk about it. Matter of fact, we didn't say, it was really kind of a unpleasant 6.5-hour drive. We both suffered burns to the eyes. The emergency room doctor, of course, we knew everybody at the hospital, but the ER doc said that we had what he called flash burns. It's the same kind of burn that a welder would get if they didn't use that mask to cover their face with the smoke glass. So my eyes were really sore and very photophobic, and the morning sun was just killing me. And my friend was the same way. As a matter of fact, my friend was a little worse off than I was. I had this 66 Impala, and it had the big bench seats in the front. He's kind of curled up in a ball, and he was miserable too. And we were both terribly dehydrated. I just couldn't wait to find the first gas station we could find that was open, and so I could get something to drink. And we found one about an hour into our journey, right across the line in Missouri. And went in, and I think I got, what did I drink? I got, I don't think it matters.
Take an orange soda or something.
I was gonna say 3 cans of orange soda.
Yeah.
And my friend Toby got like a gallon jug of grape aid or something that was purple, if I recall. And he's chugging that. I'm chugging I killed all 3 12-ounce cans of orange soda in a heartbeat. And he drank about half of that gallon jug, put the lid on it, and set it down, and then went back to sleep. And I'll tell you, I was so thirsty, I thought about actually swiping it. I thought about taking it and drinking it, but I thought, no, I'm not going to do that.
Well, at this point, do you guys, you pretty much figure this event is over with now? It's behind you. You're going to head back home?
That's exactly right. Matter of fact, when the front tires of my car hit pavement, I felt like we were safer. We were out of imminent danger.
Yeah. And was there a point where you guys were like, okay, wait, we have to go to the hospital because we have these, the burns and the rash?
There were, we had, I had looked like insect bites all over my body too.
Yeah.
And body aches, and so my friend, and dehydration. Oh my God, I've never been so thirsty in my life. And my friend said, we got to go to the hospital, and that was kind of an issue because we worked at the hospital.
Yeah.
And all the people there were our friends, and this would be a little bit embarrassing.
Yeah.
And to make it worse, everybody in the squadron knew we were taking this camping trip. Because we were kind of the nerds of the squadron. We're asking people, we'd never been camping. How do you do this? And they would look at us like, "What are you, stupid? You take a cooler full of stuff and you take a tent and you go." So everybody knew we were going on this trip. And I got home. I dropped Toby off at his house. We lived in NCO housing on the base. And Toby lived about 2 blocks from me. I dropped him off at his house. He got out of the car with his flashlight and shut the door. Oh, and I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I was going to say, in regard to going to the hospital, we made a promise. We made a covenant between the two of us that we would not tell a soul, not tell a doctor, a nurse, not another living soul about seeing a UFO the size of Walmart. Because we knew what would happen. And I know what would have happened. They would have sent us out for a psychological evaluation. And had we been honest and candid with them, they would have labeled us with some kind of delusion or some type of mental defect, and we'd have both been kicked out of the Air Force.
Yeah.
And I didn't want that. I was in the Air Force for the GI Bill because I wanted to go to school, and I didn't want to be kicked out on a medical discharge. And neither did Toby. So we made that agreement that we would not tell them, But we both didn't feel good. We didn't want to lie, so we agreed that we'd tell them that, hey, we went to bed feeling kind of funny. We woke up feeling strange and felt bad enough that we just came home. So that leaves out a whole lot of stuff. But at least it's a truthful story. So that was our story. I had probably one of the most thorough physical exams I ever had in my life. And they admitted me to the hospital. And it was odd because, number one, they gave me a private room, which as an enlisted guy, as a non-com, I expected to be on an open ward. Private rooms were reserved for officers or people critically ill. So I thought that was odd. The other thing that was odd was, as the doctor is finishing his examination, the hospital commander, who I knew well, and the base commander, and some guy in civilian clothes I didn't recognize, came into the exam room where we were, and the hospital commander did all the talking. And, there was that officer versus enlisted man barrier there, where, we weren't equals. I don't know if that distinction is the same today as it was back then, but back then it was a pretty big deal. And while I could talk to the hospital commander casually, while on the job, if it wasn't crowded, there was no one else around. But otherwise, it would be, yes sir, no sir, with, a bit more formal. And the hospital commander was very formal, and he addressed me as Sergeant Lovelace. And he said, Sergeant Lovelace, you're to have no contact with Senior Airman Tobias. You're not to have contact with him in person, by telephone. You can't send him anything. He can't send you anything. If you run into him while you're in the base exchange, you're to turn around and immediately leave. And typical things you'd hear in a personal protection order by a court. And it was a very solid no contact order. And he said, do you understand? And I said, yes, sir, I do. I mean, I really didn't. But, there was something that changed. There was something different. This was really the thing about Ray Fowler's book and I call the phenomenon the band breaks up. And in my second book, I had a bunch of people write to me. I published 25 of their stories in the book. And lots of people told me that they saw a UFO. Afterward, nobody talked about it. This one guy talks about how they were in a hotel parking lot, like on family vacation, and they saw this UFO. Everybody did, a family group. No one talked about it other than maybe 2 words. And 10 years later, Uncle Joe, of course, always Uncle Joe. Everybody has an Uncle Joe. Uncle Joe's at the Thanksgiving table. And he says out of the blue, hey, anybody remember that UFO we saw coming out of the hotel or the motel back in whatever year? And everyone went dead quiet. Everyone was uncomfortable with it. And, the question just got dismissed and everyone went on with their meal. But it was no one wanted to talk about it. And that's real common. I didn't know that's common, but I had a change before we had this experience. Toby was probably my best friend. We worked together. His wife and my wife, we were both recently married. We're friends. And I suddenly wanted nothing to do with the guy. And it was a very strong, visceral gut feeling that I don't like this man. And I think that really speaks to the level of influence that these things can have over us. Because I'm sure that
I want you to think about this too, okay? Listen to what he's saying. I think that speaks to the level of influence these things have over us. Okay. Does that... okay.
that thought, that idea did not come from me. You know, I had this no contact order, and I really wanted to tell the guy goodbye because they cut him orders for Japan like at light speed.
Yeah.
So he was going to be gone in a few weeks. And a couple weeks after we'd been back, we're coming home from the base grocery store, the exchange, and we're in my wife's car. She's driving. And I said, swing by Toby's house. I want to tell him goodbye. And she's like, Terry, you know, don't mess with these guys. You know, you've been warned not to have any contact with them. Don't poke the bear. Don't risk getting in trouble. You know, hospital commander said there will be consequences. We don't need consequences. And I'm like, look, I know I'm going to be 3 minutes. Go in. I mean, I worked with the guy for a couple of years. I mean, he was my friend. I think. Even though I wanted nothing to do with him, I felt like I owed him a goodbye and a handshake, good luck. I kind of felt like that would give me some measure of peace because I certainly was not at peace after this. And she pulled up to the house. I hopped out. I ran up to the door, same door I'd walked through 100 times before, and did what I always did. I knocked 3 times and I just opened the door and said, hey guys, it's me. And Toby's wife was walking past, and she had a box or a lamp or something in her hand. They were packing for their relocation. And we were friends, but she gave me a very hard look and said, you're not supposed to be here. And I said, hey, I'm sorry. I know that. I'm just here to say goodbye to you guys, wish you well, then I'll be on my way. And Toby had heard this exchange. We're kind of in the vestibule of the house, and he came around the corner, and I was shocked by his appearance because while I'm kind of a slob, Toby was always meticulously dressed. I mean, he's the guy that always had, you know, the starched uniform. He always had a haircut within regs, always shined his shoes, and even when he was in civilian clothes, he always dressed well. And now, you know, I cut him some slack because he was moving, and I know how much work that is, and it's a dirty job. But he came around the corner, and his hair was all wonky, and he had on a dirty T-shirt and blue jeans and was barefoot, and I'd never seen him like that before. And he walked up to me, and I held my hand out and to shake his hand, and we kind of missed. It was awkward. We did this thing until we finally managed a handshake, and I said, I know you guys are going to Japan. I just want to wish you well. And he looked up at me because he was shorter than I am, and I could smell vodka on his breath, or liquor of some kind. I assumed it was vodka, and that was unusual because he wasn't a drinker. I mean, you know, at a barbecue or something, he might have a half a can of beer, maybe a whole can of beer, but that was it. I certainly never saw the man drunk. His eyes were bloodshot. I mean, he looked like hell. I probably didn't look much better, but he looked up at me and he said, it happened, didn't it, Terry? And I said, yes, my brother, it happened. You're not losing your mind. And he said, but why us? And I said, man, I don't have a expletive clue. And I ran out of the door and ran back to the car. And that interaction did not bring me anything peaceful. It really didn't.
And that's why some of these things are not our space daddies. Yeah, Brad Peanut, you hear it? This is Terry. This is one of the most famous. This is obviously doesn't rival, if you will. It kind of rivals the Whitley Strieber story, except Whitley Strieber is more of a He's a prolific writer, so obviously you hear more about that. But this has been written about. Incident at Devil's Den. Check it out. Let's finish this.
I mean, I had my struggles after this event. Toby had struggles with alcohol that pretty much ruined his life. So his overall takeaway from this encounter wasn't positive, I'm sorry to say. I had a lot of anger because I felt like I was violated, and I was, by our standards. I felt a lot of anger toward these things, but over the years that's subsided, and I'm kind of at peace with it, if that makes sense. And I really don't have a grudge against them or any hard feelings. I still have some PTSD that I'm dealing with to this day. I'm 67 years old. I sleep with a light on. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, do you have any kind of thoughts on maybe, again, after all this time, maybe why it happened or the meaning, or any kind of thoughts in regard to that after, reflecting on it after all this time?
When I look back, I had experiences as a kid. And then I had, years hiatus until this happened in 1977. And then I had another 10-year hiatus, and I had another event in 1987. And intermittently throughout my life, I think two things. I think, number one, I'm not sure if this wasn't Toby maybe even subconsciously engineering this some kind of way, because it's not the typical kind of thing the two of us would do. It was really kind of out of character for us to do this. And looking back on it, it felt like it had a vibe like we were keeping an appointment more than just going camping.
Yeah.
So I wonder about that. And I think my assumption, I think like a lot of people, especially people who get tagged as a young child and can remember it at least, once you're tagged for a lifetime. And you're kind of in the club or whatever. But they're for me, they were never gone.
No, what?
Real quick side note, I just posted that the other day on Twitter, and apparently it's not real. It's a video game. It's a video game. As far as I can get in that investigation, I found out that it is actually part of a video game. It's not real.
Was your feeling then, or again, you kind of explained a little bit, or is it now, did it feel malicious or indifferent?
I don't have any ill will for them. And I'm pretty much at peace with it. I mean, I still have things that interfere with my life. For instance, if like when there used to be.
Now listen, he doesn't have any ill will towards them, and he's made peace with it. What does that mean? That's called coping. That's called coping. That literally is called coping. It's what happened when you've been through. I've heard of this from R-word victims. Okay, I've spoken to some R-word victims in my life. A lot of women have been assaulted, and every single time I've heard their attacker, their abuser, is either somebody that they loved, or was their family member, or a friend, somebody they trusted. This is not every time. The ones that I've heard, again, this is the data on this is out. I don't have the data on this. Not within my hands anyway. They do try to reconcile with their attacker. In therapy, they were told, for example, by therapists to write a letter to their abuser forgiving them for what they did. Right? Ladies, if you know what I'm talking about, hit me up in the chat. I'm not trying to tell you that your experience is the same. I have no place to tell you that. I have no place telling another woman what their place is, but what women have told me and what I've learned about from reading articles about the psychology behind recovery and dealing with traumas like, for example, assault, okay? That is exactly what happens. In order to get over this trauma, they must, one of the steps in the process is forgiving your victim, writing a letter to them. It's like that with anybody who's been assaulted in some way or abused in some way by someone, to forgive them. This is de facto standard trauma 101. PTSD. Thank you, Ravens Creek Charms. 101, okay? 101. This is it. This isn't, oh, they're good because he made peace with it. This is, he was traumatized, he was abused, he was put into these terrifying situations, and he had to deal with it some way. He's made peace with it. Do not confuse language here. Do not confuse it.
Malls, no malls, shopping malls anymore. I walked around the corner. My wife and I were Christmas shopping. This was in 1987, and we walked around, and there was a new store that had naked mannequins, women's mannequins, from the waist up, and they were set on a table. They were going to dress them in blouses, I guess, and their arms were all kind of in weird poses. They didn't have on wigs, and it was just the molded facial features of a mannequin. And I walked around the corner and I saw that, and I freaked out. And I don't know why that struck a nerve, but it did. And I was, my heart was racing. I guess it was a panic attack. One of the few that I've had in my life. But it was very unpleasant. So there is some residual.
Yeah. But going back to the hospital, you had a visit from some people in the Air Force. Do you want to explain that?
I sure do, because that's a big part of the story. And I think that's still part of my life in ways.
And I want you to explain what you mean by that as well.
Oh, I will. Yeah. It was my second night in the hospital, and the night nurse, who I knew well, came in to give me an injection, which was for pain and for sleep. And they kept the lights turned off in my room because I was still photophobic from this eye injury. And these two guys came in, and they were dressed in blue suits, blue business suits. Sorry, I have a cat that's just like freaking out here. Two guys walked in blue business suits, and I mean, I could tell that they were policemen. They were plainclothes detectives. They were OSI, or the Office of Special Investigation. The OSI is the investigative branch of the Air Force's security police. OSI is to the Air Force what NCIS is to the Navy, if that makes sense. So these guys, they followed the nurse in, and the one older guy, middle-aged, and a younger guy, maybe 30, the older guy did all the talking, and he said, if that's going to sedate Sergeant Lovelace, it's going to have to wait. We have some questions to ask you. And they flashed the badge, and they were kind of, and I don't want to stereotype anybody. I mean, I got to have respect for law enforcement. I worked as a prosecutor for a while and worked closely with police. But these guys were cops. I mean, you could just tell they were cops. And the nurse, they told the nurse, whenever they told her not to give me the injection, the older guy was rude to her and told her, and shut the door on your way out. He said something rude to her, which I didn't think was called for, and kind of, didn't do anything to, make me feel better or relaxed. So the nurse leaves, shuts the door behind her, and the older guy goes over and turns on the overhead lights. And I said, sir, could you turn those off, please? My eyes I had burns to my eyes. And he said, and he had this Southern accent. I don't know if you've ever spoken to Calvin Parker, but it was Mississippi, Alabama, maybe. And he said, can't work in the dark, son. Got to see what we're doing. Okay. So they cranked up the head of my bed. It wasn't an electric bed. It was hand crank. And they cranked it up so I'm sitting bolt upright. And they slid my tray table on in front of me. And they started this interrogation. They started off by saying, Sergeant Lovelace, park rangers found your little campsite down there, and all your stuff's there, and I think that means you planned on going back. What do you got going on down there? You and your buddy growing some marijuana? Is that what this is all about?
They're trying to set him up now. Now that he's had his experience, they're trying to set him up. That's so weird. Why is the military trying to set up experiencers to for prosecution or something like that? No, now he's a drug dealer now? Why would they do that?
I mean, that's comical today, but back in the day, in 1977, had I been growing a patch of marijuana on federal land, it would have been a dishonorable discharge and a trip to Leavenworth, seriously. So it was a big deal. It was a big deal. That intimidated me. And the park ranger even said, that's federal land. And I kind of scoffed at that. And I think I even said that in the book. I said, no way this is federal land. It's part of a state park, not federal land. And in 2016, 4 years after I published this book, I found out that, or 2020, I found out when I got the Google Earth pictures and the map coordinates that it actually is federal land. So, and he did, typical police interrogation kind of things, and would kind of trip me up and said things that were intimidating. And I was thoroughly intimidated, I'll say that. He went in his briefcase and he pulled out some forms, and he placed some forms in front of me. And I couldn't, my eyes were screwed up. I couldn't read them. And I'm like, sir, what are these? And he said, well, son, these are consents and waivers. And it's your consent to let us take a look at your car and take a look in your house. You don't have anything in your house you'd be afraid of us finding, do you? And I said, no, sir. And he says, well, you don't have a big bag of marijuana in the back of your car or in your trunk, do you? And I said, no, sir. And he said, well, then you wouldn't mind if we take a look? And I was 22 years old. I didn't have the benefit of life experience. I certainly didn't have the benefit of a law degree. And I said, sure. Anyway, without being able to read what I was signing, I signed all 6 forms. And he scooped them up and was very satisfied with that. And
There's nothing to see here, folks. Hi, I'm the United States military. I'm the Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. I am the DOD. There's nothing to see here, folks. But if you do see something, I'm going to make sure I try to blackmail you into signing these papers not to ever talk about it again. But there's nothing to see here, folks. My name is Destiny. I believe there's nothing going on at all. I've never even looked at incidents like this. I don't know any of it. It's not true. It's all fake. Yet here we are.
The nurse came back in. Well, and I should say, the reason that I felt intimidated and still feel intimidated by these guys, some things have passed that are probably outside the scope of our interview here, but I believe that there's a file on me somewhere. Just like I believe that there was a file that kept Toby and I from ever connecting. Because I made some effort to find him and wasn't able to. I wanted to speak to him in 1986. And I had an officer tell me that that he was dead, that he was killed in a crossover car accident on 94 headed toward Detroit. And I'm like, what do you mean he's dead? That's, he's a young man. And I could have easily called the state of Michigan Highway Patrol in East Lansing and found out the truth. Or maybe they'd have lied to me too. I don't know. After I finished this book in 2016, I was trying to find his obituary. And he didn't die until 2007. So we lost all those years where we could have had contact. But I don't think that they want us to put our heads together. Robert Hastings told me, he was the author of UFOs and Nukes, and he's talked to hundreds, if not thousands, of military veterans who've had experiences. And he said, just like Toby getting transferred at light speed to Japan, they don't want you two guys to put your heads together, because two guys with a consistent story is much more believable than one. So that was his rationale anyway. So I was thoroughly intimidated by these guys, and I didn't know it, but I would have another experience with them about 6-7 weeks later. They sent, I'm going to kind of cut through some stuff here to get to the meat of things. They sent a car over to pick me up from work one day. First sergeant told me to see the commander of the place, and I went. I talked to him, and they had me working in a supply depot, just because they wanted to separate Toby and I. Toby was still at the hospital. I was outside the hospital, and he said the OSI would like to speak with you. They're sending a car for you. It should be here any minute. If I were you, I wouldn't keep them waiting. And I said, yes, sir. And I ducked into the bathroom, checked my appearance, and went out the front of the place, front doors. And as I walk out the front door, here comes this dark blue squad car, security police squad car pulls up. And a guy gets out and says, Sergeant Lovelace. And I'm like, are you stupid? It says Lovelace right across my chest, And I said, yes. And he was an airman. He was a two-stripe guy. And he said, hop in. And he said, I'll take you to security police. They'd like to talk to you. I'm like, okay. So we got there. We went through like a double door thing where they buzz you to go into like a central area and then buzz you again to get into the main building. And it's very common, I guess. And took me down a hallway to, there were exam rooms on either side, interrogation rooms. And it took me to this, it was the last door on the right, and I think it was marked either D or E. I don't remember for sure. I think it was E. And he opened the door for me with a key and said, have a seat, someone will be right with you. And the door shut behind him, and I knew it was locked. And it had a, 7 by 5 inch glass pane in the door that had these crosshatch of wires in it, I guess, to make it unbreakable. I don't know. And it was small, about the size of a bathroom, good sized bathroom, small bedroom. There was a desk. It was like an old 1950s vintage iron steel desk with an office chair on rollers. And there were 4 of those, they were scoop-like chairs that were real common in the 70s. You don't see them anymore, but you used to see them in waiting rooms and the like, out of molded fiberglass. And there was one of those in each corner. And I noticed there was a framed mirror on the wall, which I thought, number one, who would be grooming themselves while they're in a hospital or in a security police interrogation room? And two, who would install a mirror by framing it into the wall? So with that, I made the assumption that it was probably a two-way kind of affair. I really wanted to go up to it, like cup my hands and see if I could see into it, but I didn't have the nerve or the stomach for that at the moment.
Yeah.
So I sat and I waited and I waited and I waited, and I got there sometime after 9, I think. It was almost noon by the time these guys joined me, and it was the same two OSI officers that visited me while I was in the hospital. And they had a key, and they came in, and they were having a conversation, and they didn't reintroduce themselves. They just completely ignored me, except to kick me out of the more comfortable chair. The older guy, the major, took the office chair, and I switched over to one of the fiberglass ones. And first thing he said to me was, "Well, we just might close your file today. Would that make you happy, Sergeant Lovelace?" And I said, "Yes, sir, it would. It would make me happy." And he said, "Well, you know you're going to be hypnotized today." And I said, "No, sir, I did not know that." And he said, "Well, yeah, you're going to be hypnotized, and they're going to give you a little medication that'll help you relax, and it'll help you remember." And I said, "Yes, sir, but why? I don't want this." And and in typical fashion, he said, "Oh, you don't want to do this? Well, that's no problem, son." He said, I got your signed consent right here," and he slams it on the desk in front of me and says, "Is that not your signature, son?" And of course, it was my signature. I signed it in the hospital. And he said, "Now I can tear this up. We don't have to do this today." And he said, "I'd be happy to tear it up for you." And I said, I'd like that, sir." He said, "Sure, no problem. We'll just tear this up, and I'll just see you at the court-martial. How about that?" And I thought, oh my God, they're talking. I mean, now that scared me. I mean, and I'm like, what are you going to court-martial me for? I haven't been arrested. But I was thoroughly intimidated. I will say that, and I don't know what would have happened that day had I pushed him to tear it up. I don't know. I don't think anything good would have come of it. Just like I think if I would have challenged him and said, I have Fourth Amendment rights here, and I don't think that would have played well either.
Yeah.
So I said, okay. And sometime later, a few minutes later, there was a knock at the door, and the captain, the younger guy, got up and let him open the door. And it was this major. Big barrel-chested guy, blonde hair. He had, typical Air Force, uniform with the blue shirt, and he had oak leaves on his collar, so I knew he was a major, but he had no name tag, and that was very unusual. In 6 years in the Air Force, I never saw an officer or an enlisted man in that kind of uniform without a name tag. So it was unusual. And he introduced himself, and glad-handed me, and was very, personable. And I assumed he was the hypnotist, and I was right. And he had a little, like a leather shaving kit, and he laid it out on the table, and he took out a syringe with
Wait until you hear what happens next. You have no idea.
some yellow fluid in it, a tourniquet, rubber tourniquet, a Band-Aid, some alcohol swabs, and a towel. I think that was it. And he said, I'm going to give you some medication, and it'll help you relax, and it'll help the hypnosis. It'll be easier. At this point, I had been taking classes. My undergraduate degree is in psychology, and I was taking classes in psychology at the university on the base. Central Missouri State University had held classes on the base that I could take using my GI Bill, and I wanted to get a jump on my undergrad. So I'd taken some psych courses, I didn't think they could hypnotize me against my will. In fact, I felt pretty confident about that. So I made the decision that I would resist the hypnosis, and covertly, not obviously. So I assumed this relaxed position, and he did this. I'm certified in hypnotherapy now, by the way. So I'm familiar with what he did now. I wasn't back then, of course, but he did this progressive relaxation thing where, you're at the top of the stairs. We're going to go down in the basement and check on some things. I want you to take that first step, feeling nice. And the tone of this voice is typical hypnosis, Take that first step, feeling calm and relaxed, calm and relaxed. Take that first step down, take the next step down, feeling twice as relaxed now, comfortable, warm, and with that tone of voice, and walk me down this flight of stairs. In my mind's eye, I'm going up the stairs, and I am, in my mind's eye, I'm playing Beatle music, going through the lyrics, Rolling Stones, doing multiplication tables, anything that I can think of to do to not surrender 100% of my mind to this guy. Did it work? I don't know. I think so, but I have doubts. I don't know for sure. I know this, that I had absolutely no control over that drug, which, by the way, I found out was sodium amytal. I had a nice talk with Richard Doty about this topic.
What did he say about it?
Well, I don't want to speak for Richard Doty. I'd rather he do it for himself. But somebody made a comment on my Facebook page about something that I said, and I don't remember what it was, but they came back and said, "Oh, that doesn't sound right to me." And Richard Doty, who I didn't know, had never met, weren't friends with on Facebook, jumped in and said, "Well, I think you're mistaken. Mr. Lovelace is correct. That's the protocol." Or something to that effect.
Yeah. And for people listening, they'll be familiar that Richard Doty used to be in the Air Force OSI.
He did. He was a special agent in the OSI. So, yeah, I thought that was very kind of him. And I was in a weird place. And again, I don't know how much of this is attributed to the hypnosis and how much of it is attributed to the drug. I think it's probably 80-20. But I did my best to resist the hypnosis. So he took me back and he said, we're going to go back now to your camping trip. Do you remember your camping trip? Yes, yes. He said, and you saw something funny there, didn't you? And I said, yes, I did. And he said, it wasn't an airplane, was it? And I said, no, sir, it was not. And he says, well, what did you see? He didn't lead me. And I said, we saw a UFO. I was struggling with the vocabulary because UFO really wasn't in my vocabulary. I think I said flying triangle. I mean, to me, 1977, it was flying saucers, and I saw a flying saucer when I was a kid. So that's why I was confused. This was a triangle, flying saucers are round. So this is a triangle, ergo maybe it's not a flying saucer, And he said, what happened next? And I said, well, we were in our tent and they took us. And he said, and he wanted to know what I remembered of being inside this thing. And unfortunately, I've never had a clear linear memory of everything that's happened while we were there. But I do have memories of being inside this thing. Glimpses, flashes of memory.
Here's where it gets interesting.
And I'm happy to share those. The first memory that I have is Toby and I standing next to one another. And I'm awake now, conscious. My eyes are open and I'm looking around and I can't move. I can move my eyes, I can rotate my eyes in any direction, but I can't move a muscle. I can't turn my head. I can't move. I'm paralyzed, much the way Calvin Parker and others have been. So I had no idea what was in back of me, but I'm looking in front of me. And I was struck by the fact that this place was enormous. The thing that was hovering over our campsite was as big as a Walmart. So, it was big. But the thing that I was in was like an NFL stadium. It didn't make sense to me. Now, I don't know, maybe they took us someplace different. I'm thinking more likely the laws of physics are different for them, and something that they have control over. That's a real possibility. But I was in either a different place or they did something to expand it or give the illusion that it was. No, I think it was expanded. I think I was in some huge, humongous place. And there were these little gray guys who were running around all over the place. On the left, to my left, I saw what looked like big garage doors, and I saw silver disc flying saucers in a row lined up. Like planes under a carrier deck, and a row of them. And I saw there was a lot of activity. I saw that there were like multiple levels and walkways all around. And the little gray guys were going all over the place. And I have just to interject here, I have a theory about the little gray guys, and that is that I don't think that they're sentient like you and I are. I think they're mass produced. I think they are, probably, I don't know, AI and nanotechnology and some biological material thrown in and quantum computing and,
like a program life form.
Yeah. Yeah. So that
were there any other types of beings that you saw on there as well?
There were. The first one I'll describe was the one that walked past my line of sight. This guy was about 6 foot tall. So it wasn't a little gray guy. His skin was not gray. His skin was kind of a pinkish flesh color, which I'd never heard of. To this day, I've not heard of a description like that, but that's what he looked like. Very sparse hair, no discernible ears, just ear canal. 2 holes for a nostril. He had the large eyes, but they weren't incredibly large like a motion picture characterization would be. These were more like a pair of wraparound Ray-Bans, kind of large. But they were jet black with no sclera, pupil, no cornea. It was just all black. And he walked past, and he was wearing a what looked kind of like a knit garment. I couldn't get a great look at his shoes, but it looked like his shoes were incorporated into his pant legs, into this gray uniform. And I recall that it had a V-neck. I saw that much. I didn't see any insignia of rank or any identifiers, but he walked past me, and he's doing something to a panel off to my left. And I have my eyes strained as far as I can to the left to look at him. And just by happenstance, he turns, and we locked eyes. And we locked eyes for a millisecond. And this was the most frightening thing that happened to me. Throughout this entire abduction event, this was hands down the most frightening thing that happened to me. And that was that I felt like this guy was in my head.
Aliens just don't know how we feel. They don't understand human psychology. They just don't know they don't understand the ways of human beings. That's why they do these things to us, because they don't understand. Meanwhile,
And I don't know any other way to put it. Yeah, I felt like he knew me, he knew my wife, he knew.
No, they don't understand. They don't know what you're feeling. They don't understand how you feel. They're not. They're just trying to figure us out. That's why they don't. That's why they don't know they cause us pain. They don't understand.
Knew my plans, my secrets. You know, he knew everything about me. And all I got back from him was just raw intellect in those eyes. When I'm describing this, sometimes I use the analogy of my dog. You know, I got a dog who's an English setter, will come, put her head in my lap. You know, I'll pet her on top of the head, and she looks up at me with those big brown eyes. You know, and I look at her, but she knows that I'm the alpha. You know, and in this equation with this guy, I felt like the dog. I felt just incredibly inferior.
No, you're just misunderstanding their intentions. You don't understand how they feel. That's why you're having these feelings. It's because you're human. You're using your human interpretation for these things.
And that was a frightening thing to realize that there are living entities out there that are that far above us. So that was it for that encounter. Another encounter I remember was while we were standing there, and they had taken our clothing off, and I had all my clothes and my combat boots in my arms like this, which explains why my socks were on sideways and my shoes weren't laced up, because they had undressed us and redressed us. And while I'm standing there with my eyes, and of course I'm scared to death. I can't do anything about it, but I'm scared to death. I saw a group, maybe 6 people, 5 men, 1 woman, and they were all young people like my age, you know, 19 to 22 maybe. They wore tan-colored flight suits, and I didn't know anybody. Nobody in the United States Air Force wore a tan flight suit. They were all dark green. I don't know. They all had patches on their left shoulder because their left side was facing me, because they were kind of in a line until they kind of grouped together. And there was an orange patch on their left arm. And I could not read what was on it. Even under hypnosis, I could tell that there was some white writing on it, but there was just too much distance for me to discern what was said on that patch. I wish I could have.
But these were humans, like people?
Well, I got to tell you, these guys, they had what looked like issue combat boots. They wore the same combat boots I was wearing. So I think they were human, and I think they were issued those combat boots.
Yeah.
So who knows? Completely ignored us. Completely wouldn't look at us. Completely ignored us. They did something on a panel and turned around and walked away. But I'd love to know who they were. They sure looked human in every regard.
Yeah. And at this time,
the military, and this is what I've thought about too, there are certain elements of the military that are working with these beings together. They are working together with these beings. If any, this is a consistent theme, by the way. They're working together with them. They are. I have no doubt in my mind that there are elements in the military and our U.S. military that's working with these beings.
And you have no sense of kind of where you are, whether you're in a ship or in a base, or, I mean, you're just in,
Yeah. I mean, I knew that the inside where I was at didn't match the outside.
Yeah.
But that's, and I knew that, you know, I pretty quick made the connection between, well, this thing was flying when we went to bed, it parked over the, you know, I was pretty sure that whatever had us was extraterrestrial in nature.
Yeah. And this is going to be a jump ahead, but you later discovered that you actually had an implant.
I did. And you know what? That was really the catalyst. I had no intention of ever telling anyone about this. Never. Because I didn't see any way that it would benefit me. And I was at odds with that because I kind of felt that I had a duty, a responsibility to tell this story and explain it, because I think people have a right to know. And so I woke up, I finished my job, retired from the law in 2012. I was working for the state of Vermont at the time as an assistant AG, and we moved to Dallas, where my wife and I have adult children and grandkids. And we were here about 10 months. And I woke up one morning, and as soon as my feet hit the floor, I realized I couldn't bear a weight on my right leg. My knee would not support me. So I told my wife, I said, I need to go. I told my wife I need to go to the hospital, I'm afraid, because I can't bear weight on my right leg. So she took me. I get all my medical care from the VA. So she took me to the VA hospital, and I waited in line. Finally saw a PA. I didn't see a doctor. I saw a PA who said, "Yeah, let's get an X-ray of your leg." So I went into the X-ray room, and there was a tech there, and she X-rayed my leg, and came out and had an X-ray of my leg, looking at it straight on, and then from a side angle, looking kind of like with my knee bent. And she took 2 X-rays, and there was a few minutes of wait time because I guess it was all done chemically back then. It wasn't digital yet. Came back and took 2 more, and then 2 more, and then was frustrated and asked me. She said, "Mr. Lovelace, have you been in an accident? Have you had something that could account for a piece of metal being in your leg?" And I said, "No, I've never injured that leg other than maybe a scraped knee as a kid." And she said, "Okay, well, there's an anomaly on your film. I'm going to see if I can get a radiologist to come down and take a look for us." I'm like, "Okay." And I was going to ask her if I could see it, but I thought I'll wait till the radiologist gets here and I'll ask him or her. And radiologist came down with a cup of coffee in his hand, obviously not happy to have been called down there. So he throws my X-rays up on a view box and asked me. He said, "What kind of accident were you in?" I said, "I've never been in an accident." He said, "Well, you have the structure in your leg that looks like it's under your skin." He said, "It got under there somehow." And he said, he says, "You probably have a heck of a scar there on your knee." And I said, "No, I don't have a scar on my knee." And he rolls his eyes because he doesn't believe me. And I said, "Doc, you can look at my knee. I don't have a scar." And he said, "Sure you do. It may have happened when you're young. You may not just remember it, but you have to have a scar because you can't violate the integrity of the skin and have it heal without there being a scar, not to get something that's deep into your fascia and tissue." So I said, "Could I see what you're looking at?" And he popped up on the view box, the X-ray, and showed me on the right there's a square structure about the size of a fingernail, and there are 2 wires that lead up my leg. I don't know how far they go up my leg, but they went up my leg. And he said, "Yeah, this had to get in your body by some means." So I took off my pants again, and he looked at my knee, and he looked at it. He turned the lights off in the X-ray room and looked at it with a handheld black light at different angles, because I guess scar tissue will fluoresce under a black light. I didn't know that. So he finally turns the lights back on and sits down and looks perplexed. And I said, well, doctor, may I ask you how often is it that you see something like this in the human body and there not be a corresponding scar to explain how it got under the skin?
You guys realize I've got somebody in the chat, Knox Anonymous. I know who you are. Talking about this guy's lying. If this guy's lying, not only did he write a book about it, I'll write a book about this experience. That means that the things that he's saying, I mean, he can go to jail for lying about this stuff if he's lying about it. The reason why he's gone completely untouched by the military after he left and talked about it is because of people like you who say they don't believe him in the first place. Experiencers have this same problem all the time. Nobody believes them. Nobody believes them. Even when they have somebody there, that if there's no corroborating, nobody was there when it happened to me. How can I prove it happened to me? How can I prove that? I can't. He has it with somebody there, and the military gets involved with investigating it. He signs all these documentation. He goes through processes within the military as an active duty member. He's a veteran, but you calling him a liar. You call him a liar. Listen, dude, I like you. In this chat, you're allowed to be wrong, and you are wrong. Branded.
And he said, never. He said, I've been a radiologist 23 years. I can't account for how this thing got underneath your skin. And that was a chilling moment because he showed me the second x-ray too, which had the collection of bones in my calf muscle that are kind of in a floret pattern. And he said, you know, it's not usual to have bones sprout in the middle of a muscle, much less have them arrange themselves in a symmetrical pattern. So he says, I don't know what this is. He says, I can tell you that from looking at the x-ray film, these are the density of bone tissue. But why you have them or how you got them, I don't know. So I felt stunned. You know, I felt stunned because in that moment it struck me that these things had actually put their hands on me. And that was something I thought was behind me. But that kind of ripped off the Band-Aid. And it was hard for me to process. And that was really the catalyst to write Incident at Devil's Den and tell the whole story. And I'll be honest with you, I thought that I'd maybe sell 100 books and, you know, have a box of 50 in my garage and that'd be over, and then I'd feel better because I went through this cathartic exercise. But it wasn't that way. Something in the book resonates with people, a lot of people.
Yeah, and actually, I believe it's after you published the book, you got a call from somebody interesting. You want to talk about that? Yeah,
I did. I got a call from Tom DeLong, and I think I can say that without him being angry at me. I got a couple of interesting calls, but I'll tell you about Tom DeLong's. Lou Elizondo was on the call, and I'll leave it there. Lou Elizondo, who is...
Oh, I see why Knox Anonymous doesn't like this story. I see now. He doesn't like the truth. Because the alien overlords don't want him to say anything bad about him. Well, I believe you might want to delatch yourself from the teat, the alien teat.
Is the former, he ran the ATIP program before. Now it's morphed into something else, but he left federal service to work for Tom DeLong at the To the Stars Academy, and they were devoted to the pursuit of the truth about aliens and UFOs. And Tom DeLong wrote a book. I haven't read it, but he wrote a book about the phenomenon.
Yeah, he's co-authored a number of books. He's got a few fiction and a few nonfiction ones.
Okay.
Yeah, the Secret Machine series.
Oh, that's
And-
it.
Yeah.
Is that the nonfiction series or the fiction series?
So yeah, the fictional series, they're both called Secret Machines, but one of them is like I guess it's going to be a trilogy, I can assume, and the other one is Secret Machines, and those are co-authored with Peter Levenda, and those are the nonfiction.
Okay.
Ones. So Gods, Man, and War are the nonfiction ones. So far, Gods is out and Man is out. War is the next one, and the fictional ones are Chasing Shadows, A Fire Within, and we're not sure about, I guess, what the next one is going to be called. And so when Tom called, what did he say?
No, I'm embarrassed to say that, I mean, I'd heard of Tom DeLonge. My daughter played a song at her wedding from Tom DeLonge. So, but I didn't remember that at the moment. My phone rang. I picked up my phone. I saw it was an LA call. I know a lot of people in LA. So I said, "Hi, this is Terry." And he said, "Well, hi, Terry. This is Tom DeLonge." And I thought, Tom DeLonge. Who is this? But, you know, I just said, "Well, hi, Tom, how are you?" And he said, "Couldn't be better." He said, "Want to talk to you about the things in your leg."
Yes, he co-authored these books because he had information that was used as essentially the plot and premise of the books themselves. So the stories in the book, especially the nonfiction ones, are literally guided by information that Tom DeLonge was told by certain members of the military who are involved with this phenomena, and that are involved in legacy programs, which means the people that know what's going on, they talk to Tom DeLonge. Guess what? Tom DeLonge said he was right. Guess what? He was right. I mean, he makes a lot of inappropriate jokes, and he's not like the best front man, but he was right. Bottom line, aliens aren't your buddy, Knox Anonymous. Take it or leave it, brother.
And I said, "Sure." I published my book on Amazon. It went up March 18th of 2018. And this was late March, early April. I mean, it was soon.
Yeah.
And in 2019, I was, my wife and I had this experience that lasted about a year, where we had helicopters buzzing our house. And I mean, at first it was a joke. Yeah, they rerouted the traffic copter. But after a while, it wasn't funny anymore. It was annoying. They would come 3 times, 4 times a week. They always come between 9 and 11 a.m. And they would come out of the sky. The front door of my old house, I had, depending on the time of year, the morning sun to my right, this huge tree to my left. So my line of sight was limited to about 180 degrees in back of me. So I could hear the helicopters, and then I'd see them either come around the tree or out of the sun, and they would circle around my house and go back around, and do this several times. So I'm annoyed. I start taking photographs of them. And I did photographs to try to find an IN number. Federal regs require that a helicopter, anything that flies, planes, have an IN number. N as in Nancy, not a number, IN designation, like N as in Nancy, followed by a numerical sequence that identifies that particular vehicle. And I took a bunch of pictures of helicopters. I got 120 pictures of helicopters. And there were 3 different kinds. I have a good friend, Dr. Bruce Solheim, who was a an Army helicopter pilot. And I sent them to him, and he identified there were Robertson R-22s and R-44s. Those are civilian. There were Airbus 350s that are a commercial brand, but used by law enforcement a lot. And then the rest were just a hodgepodge of different military helicopters. None of them had an N number. None of them had.
The Vegas story is still a mystery. They have not concluded that Vegas story was not real. You have concluded it is not real. If this is who I think it is, You have done this with almost every argument I've ever had with you. You will twist details and then provide select information to try to make your point, and then exclude data that doesn't make that's contrary to your point. You are not a very good, an honest actor, Knox Anonymous. But I still love you, and you're welcome to be wrong on my channel.
Any designation of any.
First of all, just to be clear, everybody, I have no idea if this guy. I don't have. No one can tell whether this person is telling the truth or lying. No one. It is up to you to decide whether or not you want to believe that this is true or not. It's up to you. It's up to the person listening to the story. I, for one, have heard people, whether they be abductees or assault victims, and unlike you, Knox, I would, if an assault victim comes to me and tells me a story that only they can corroborate, depending on the way that I feel about the authenticity of the person speaking, I will decide whether or not that's true. Depending on how I feel about whether someone's being genuine and honest, whether what I know about them, how they've appeared in public, those are the kind of things you have to use, because you're not psychic or God, and that's what investigations are for. Investigations determine whether something is true or not. And so to your point, you cannot prove that this person is lying. You can't. Just like I can't prove this person is telling the truth. But unlike you, I believe victims. I don't know if you, obviously you don't. I believe victims, especially ones that are clearly as traumatized as this person is. Clearly. It's up to you, man. I'm not going to make someone believe something they don't believe. They don't want to believe. You can be stuck in the dark if you want to. Now, when it comes to the Vegas story, ladies and gentlemen, the Vegas story still, to this day, is a mystery. Still. To this day. And to think, for example, that, that whole case with Amber Heard was determined. Guess what? The law said she was wrong. Plus, she pooped on Johnny Depp's bed. That's disgusting. We know Amber Heard is wrong. You, my friend, do this thing called building a straw man. This is why we got to get Knox Anonymous on for our debate, so you guys can see me rip him to shreds. Rip him to shreds. Eat him alive. Throw him to the dogs like a bag of poop from Amber Heard's trash heap.
Kind. And if you read the FAA regulation, it's under the CFRs. At the bottom of the law, it states exceptions, and it states United States government vehicles and certain agencies, or something to that effect, vague.
Yeah.
So whatever these helicopters were, they fell into that exception category.
And when did the helicopter incidents begin?
June of 2018, and then they lasted on and off about a year. June of 2019, Lou came. We were going to move. We bought a new house where we're at currently. I didn't really want to do that, but my wife was really rattled by this to the point that she felt unsafe.
Yeah.
And I knew there was no guarantee they wouldn't just follow us. Luckily, they didn't. So we moved. So June of 2018 through June of 2019. Lou came and spent a couple days here hoping to see a helicopter, and he didn't see. Time he was at my house, we didn't see a helicopter. Then we went to, there's a nice Tex-Mex restaurant not far from my house.
Ravens Creek, for the straight dropping. Big fucks, big fucks. That's big facts in case you haven't heard me. Big facts, big fucks. So straw men are brittle, easily cracked. That has never happened, and you are well aware of that. You keep saying I'm wrong, but you lied. Tom never said this guy was correct. I never said Tom said he was correct. I didn't say that. I did not say that. And you're more interested in telling me I'm incorrect than investigating this. My dude, what evidence do you have that this man is lying? Tell me what evidence you have that this man is lying. Then, and I did not see, this is where the straw man comes into play. I didn't say Tom DeLonge said he's correct. I said Tom DeLonge said that Tom DeLonge was right about the aliens, and I highlighted the fact that Tom DeLonge believed this person enough to call him to find out if it's true. Now, whether or not Tom DeLonge believed that after the fact, That's never been stated by Tom DeLonge. He has not said that he has not said publicly whether or not he has said that this is true or not. So what are you talking about? I will send you the clip of yourself saying Tom said he was right. No. Tom said that he was right. As in, Tom DeLonge said that Tom DeLonge, which is what he is right. I did not say, and I could see where you get this confused. I understand that. I did not say, and I'll stick to this right now to be unambiguous. I did not say that Tom DeLonge said that Terry Lovelace was right. This is the straw man you're building, my friend. I do not know if Tom DeLonge thinks that Terry Lovelace is correct after that conversation. But do you call people you think are lying? Tom DeLonge called him, along with Elizondo, who was investigating this through the program called ATIP. And so you're telling me that Lou Elizondo was calling fake people for what? They were just calling fake people? Is that what was happening here, Knox Anonymous? Knox Anonymous, you're getting the troll stamp of investigation. No, tell me, Mr. Knox Anonymous, Trolls Anonymous here. I want you to tell me, does Tom DeLonge say that he doesn't believe Terry Lovelace? And then, Chad, I want you to answer this question. Do you think that a man like Terry Lovelace would be called by, I don't know, the people that are had literally spearheaded this entire disclosure movement since 2017, if he thought it was fake? Hey, listen, I'm investigating fake abduction experiences. My name's what's up? It's me, Tom DeLonge. I'm looking at fake ones. I think that Tom DeLonge thought that it was valid enough to call Terry Lovelace. Hence, the phone call to Terry Lovelace. I think that Tom DeLonge and Lou Elizondo, the people that used to investigate To the Stars Academy, the phenomena, I think that they, the ones who released the footage, the gun cam footage from the Tic Tac incident, I think that they believe that Terry Lovelace might have something interesting to say. I think they thought he was telling the truth. At least they had to investigate it. Hence the phone call. Now, what happened after that phone call? Did they say that Terry Lovelace was telling the truth? I never heard anything about it. Have you? Dude, this guy's in the public. How ridiculous can you possibly be? Now let me chat. I just want you to pay attention to this. This is the same argument that people use with oh my gosh, Knox Anonymous. I feel bad for you, man. You're never gonna find the truth about anything. Here's what people do. This is so good. I'm so glad you did this. Check this out. Do you know what Knox Anonymous reasoning is for why Terry Lovelace's story is fake? You guys want to know what it is? What's his reasoning? He doesn't have one. He just doesn't believe him. You want to know what else? He says. Now you're gonna have to find out. There is no proof that the call ever occurred. According to what? Knox Anonymous? What proof do we have that this wasn't? Do you realize this man is talking about this stuff he's got it in his book. He's talking about it on podcast. I would like for you to tell me, given the attention that this has got, okay, why you believe in your head that this guy's probably lying. I want to know what you believe. He's lying and he's telling the whole world, and he's out there in front of the public telling the whole world, and he's lying? Tom DeLonge can't be like, oh, that guy's lying, and then say, I never knew him, like people did, like David Grush did with Stephen Greer. He's like, dude, Stephen Greer did not coach me. Keep my name out your mouth. Knox Anonymous, don't build straw men. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are getting your first introduction to Knox Anonymous. I've been debating Knox Anonymous for I don't know how many years now, and he's been wrong every step of the way. I love it.
And we went there to have lunch. And had a nice lunch. And Lou was very candid with me, and just a gentleman. We were walking, and his cameraman there. He's got his cameraman there.
I'm being facetious, Knox Anonymous. You should know this by now.
Matthew. And of course, the camera's in the van that they're driving. We come out of the restaurant. I'm walking to my car. they're walking to their van, and right up the street, I mean, right over the street, comes a olive green military helicopter of some kind, you know, doing 120, and it goes right over us, right up the main street. And Lou turns around and goes like that. And
Nox Anonymous, let me tell you what Nox Anonymous believed before. Let me build a straw man for Nox Anonymous, okay? You ready? Nox Anonymous thinks that there is life out there in the universe, at least from our conversations that I can recall. He just thinks that everything that's happening right now, and this is just from the last conversation we had, Nox, unless something's changed, he thinks that there's no way that aliens are as has been described by David Grush. He doesn't think that they're malevolent or that they're bad or that they could be, because his logic is that why would they? This is the same logic that people who believe in Stephen Greer have. And I don't know if Nox Anonymous believes Stephen Greer. I'm just saying this is the same kind of logic. It's like, well, how can you know what aliens' intentions are because we're using our human perspective? Well, I mean, if aliens are coming down here and humping people and getting them pregnant, I don't care what their intentions are. We shouldn't let it happen. We shouldn't be letting it happen. Okay? So Nox Anonymous is like, you don't know what their perspective is. You don't want to ascribe bad to them. I am for humanity, so I will say stop humping our women without permission. It's called assault.
2 weeks later we moved, and that was the end of the helicopters, thankfully. Well, I think with one exception, and that was the first night we were in our new home. We woke up the next morning, and we were exhausted from the move. Woke up the next morning and we heard that familiar thump, 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 thump. And I'm like, oh my God, they're back.
Yeah.
And I grab my phone, I run outside, I get outside, I look up, and here is this olive drab green helicopter 500 feet over my house. As soon as I walked out and looked up, it peels off and it's gone. And that was the very last time we had any interaction with helicopters, thankfully.
Yeah.
Nox Anonymous, I'm going to read the comment because you're using way too many bad words, okay? Not that it's a big, I mean, obviously we're not PG-13 in this one, just to be, you know what? I will allow it, but let's try to slow down with all the curse words. All right, so Nox Anonymous says, I've seen 4 UFOs in my lifetime. CE5 is BS. Most abductions are BS. I know how to wipe my memory with no advanced tech to the point of no retrieval. Aliens should be able to do the same. Also, that was uniquely skewed. Well, then why don't you clarify for us? Basically, what he's saying is, yeah, it's what I said was right, but he wants to add some So, Nox Anonymous, fill us in. I got a few minutes, y'all. I got a few minutes. Fill us in, Nox Anonymous. I want to get this out. I want to give Nox Anonymous a chance to defend himself, because that's not fair that I've been up here roasting him for the last 15 minutes. Go ahead, Nox Anonymous. Give me the steel man. Let's steel man your argument, because you straw man the whole way through this. But I'm going to give you a chance to steel man yourself.
And you can answer this however you want. It's after you got in touch with Tom, was there any talk about doing any kind of tests or examinations?
There was, and I had an examination. I won't use the doctor's name, but I had a qualified medical doctor come down and wanted to see my knee and wanted to.
Nox, you want to come on? You want to come on and have this conversation? I will devote another half an hour to give you a chance to speak. Nox Anonymous, let me know if you want to talk. I will bring you on. I'll bring you on I'll bring you on to talk about this. I want to give you a fair shake, okay? I want to give you a fair shake. I think the audience would love it. You guys, would you guys and gals love that, huh? Would you guys and gals like to hear what Nox Anonymous believes and thinks, and instead of hearing me translate that through my lens? Tomatoes flying in Twitch chat. Nox Anonymous, you were invited. I can't wait 23 minutes, dude. I can't be here for that long. I'll tell you what, I'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. We'll give Nox Anonymous a chance to talk. We're gonna give Nox Anonymous a chance to have his voice heard, okay? Does that sound fair? Yeah. I think it's only fair that we give Nox Anonymous a chance to talk.
Talk to me about my story. Took a fresh set of x-rays.
Stream longer. Stream longer? All right. I'll tell you what. I don't know if I should. I can't this week. This week I can't do that. Listen, I want to tell you guys on a final note here, okay? Well, you'll have to finish it. The Terry Lovelace story is pretty much over. Let's listen to a couple minutes of this.
He stayed at a residence inn, and I went over and we had 2 solid days of discussion, which was mostly me going from my earliest memories at birth through that day.
Yeah.
And of course, with a big focus on what happened in 1977. And we got to the end. He did not, by the way, he didn't take a blood sample, so that wasn't done.
Yeah.
He did ask me if I had any Native American blood, which I didn't at the moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to post my way that you guys can support me in the chat. Listen, I have I'm going to say this just so you guys understand. And I know that, Red Peanut, you know what I'm talking about, Red Peanut. I got a family of 10, y'all. So I have to tend to my family too. All right. I'm only spending 4 hours. I do plan on spending 6 hours on this show. But I need to give an incentive to the family. Like, hey, what am I, I got to give them incentive to spend that much time away from them, or that much more time away from them. And so, again, I'm trying to get to that. I don't take super chats. I don't take bits on Twitch. I am completely funded by you guys and gals on the GoFundMe. So I'm going to post that GoFundMe in the chat again. If you'd like to support the show, go ahead and do so when you can. When you can, okay? Doesn't have just whatever you can when you can. This is the kind of stuff that'll help me make the case for. Listen, fam, we got to do this. I got to do this longer. First of all, I want to because I'm excited. This is awesome to me. Secondly, because again, there's got to be some kind of incentive for my family to let me take that much more time. Again, I have a big family. I have a really big family, and I put a lot into this. Now, I was also, Nox Anonymous says okay, you're talking about your work. Guys, listen, I gotta head out, okay? I only spent a couple more minutes here, but maybe tomorrow, I'll tell you what, maybe I'll start a little bit later tomorrow. Maybe, I don't know, I don't want to do that. Dagnabbit. We'll figure something out. I'll tell you what, maybe I'll devote an entire hour later tonight to give Nox Anonymous a chance to have his voice heard. Nox, hit me up later on when you're off work. We'll talk about doing something later tonight. Just devote a whole hour to it. Everybody, if Nox does this, if Nox stands up to the challenge, if he faces this challenge, we will have another hour exclusive with Nox Anonymous telling his truth, all right? But I got to go, everyone. I got to. It's been freaking awesome. I love this stuff. You guys have this is like the highlight, yo. This is so much fun. Listen, one day, listen to me, okay? One day, as long as we can keep the momentum going, one day I'll be doing this for 6+ hours every single day. Every single day. That includes Saturday and Sunday. One day, okay? We'll get there, y'all. We're going to get there. But we just got to build to it. We got to build up to it. We'll get there. Believe in me. Stick with me. You being in the chat, having this conversation supports me. That's all I need. I need y'all to just support me, okay? Because eventually, when more people come to the show, there will be people that want to help us reach those goals so we can do this for 6 hours a day. So stick with me, y'all. All right, we're in this together. This is our community. Everybody's welcome. As long as you're willing to have an honest conversation, have fun with it. You can take criticism, joke with me, tell me I'm wrong. I mean, Nox called me a liar. You know, let's do this, fam. So that's the kind of, we should be able to do that. We should be able to have that kind of fun. It's exciting. It's, it's like Mortal Kombat, but with our words, and nobody gets hurt. That's what we want here. That's the place right here, y'all. So I appreciate you. I appreciate every single one of you. And with that, my friends, I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Same time, same place. Until then, Dr. Doors out. You put a smile on my face too, Nox Anonymous. That's what I'm talking about, man. Peace.